Good morning, everybody. How is everybody? 80s came through here early this morning. Whoa, my mic's way away from me. Hi. Sorry, move the mic closer. My desk was unorganized. My desk when I was organized. It's a hard to use words this morning. 80s was in here this morning early. TCN's been here, and Cindy. I know. I hope TCN feels better soon. I know she's had a rough month or so. Bless her heart. Bless her heart. So, how was everybody's weekend? Mine was fabulous. Fabulous. My daughter, Muffins, came and I made pozole on Friday and we spent the day together. She took me and to T-Mobile because Mama would have had a nervous breakdown if she tried to do it by herself. I didn't have a good experience with T-Mobile, and had she not been there, I would have never made it through getting Tyler a new phone. So we did that. We got the son a new phone. Hey, Andy, how are you? Denise, everybody coming in this morning. Your weekend was okay? And then I had unexpected company Sunday, and we all hung out and watched the fights. The Crawford Canelo fight. Norma, good morning. Well, it's good afternoon. Today is September 15th. Let me move my coffee so I can see my desktop time. It is September 15th. It is Monday, and it's 1 o'clock. And I decided to pivot today. We're going to start the fight. The fight was awesome. The fight was awesome. You're so mad at your boyfriend. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Just for a moment, get over it. I got mad at Hector this weekend. You know, it is what it is. So anyways, I had company this weekend. It was great. I had a good time. I had a good, long weekend. Yesterday, we rested. Yeah, we got new phones too. Yeah, wife got a new phone, handed it to me and said, here, yeah, see. And then I ordered Friday. Muffins came in. We went and got Ty a new phone. And I would have never done it without her because I don't do iPhones. I'm strictly Android. I've been Android all my life. I tried iPhones for 6 months, and needless to say, I almost threw them in the trash. So, and he broke his phone a couple of weeks ago. So, got him a new phone, got it in, and it was actually they sent the wrong protective cover, so he still hadn't got it. But Amazon delivered this morning. We have a new phone cover, so I have to put that together for Ty and everything. Yeah, so I'll kind of have a busy evening tonight. But yes, I'm very refreshed. I'm very refreshed. So yeah, I can't use that iPhone stuff. I tried. It's not for me. Started with an Android. I'm gonna die with an Android. So today we're going to pivot. I know we've been doing deacons. We will get back to that during some downtime. We will pick that back up. This is a new trial. It is Florida versus Jose Soto Escalera. There was a girl, her name was Tania Wise. She was 28 years old. She was found in a ditch in a rural area of St. Lucie County. She was also 8.5 months pregnant with his child. She had a child previously. If you see in the corner down here, this is her with her other baby. She had a baby before this, and she was pregnant. She was 8.5 months pregnant. He had given her $500 to get an abortion because he was married to another woman, and she didn't go through with it. And he took her life. Accusedly took her life. This is the trial for that. So we're going to get into that. I'm going to show a couple videos first of who she is. And this was before the Mr. Soto Escalera was found. So we're going to look at a couple of these short little 2-3 minute videos, and then we'll jump into the trial.
Mother is struggling to understand why someone would murder her daughter and her unborn child and then dump her body. Today marks 2 weeks since that gruesome discovery in St. Lucie County. And her family is speaking with News Channel 5's Ryan Hughes, making a desperate plea for information. Ryan?
And Kelly, Tania Wise loved being a mom, and she was expecting her second child. But tonight, no arrests have been made in this case, and there are a lot of questions after she was murdered. Now her mom and her aunt are asking for help to make sure she's not forgotten.
And she didn't deserve this. My daughter didn't deserve this at all.
The pain still so raw for Liz Bedoya. Her daughter, Tania Wise, was murdered and dumped in a ditch.
She was my other half. It's the love of my life, my baby girl.
These are some of the last pictures of Tania at her baby shower a few weeks ago. The 23-year-old was pregnant with her second child, expecting another little boy.
They didn't just take one, they took two of them from us. And that's horrible.
Tania's body was found at Russo and Johnston's roads exactly 2 weeks ago. The St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office flooding the area and searching the road for clues. But today, details of what happened are still unknown.
It's hard enough not having them around, but not knowing who would actually do this is even worse.
Tania's mom and aunt say she had no enemies. Tonight, they are desperate for information and asking her killer to surrender.
And I know this person will be caught. Just want justice done.
Come forward and have a heart. We need closure.
St. Lucie County, a man is behind bars tonight accused of killing a pregnant mother.
And this is, they had captured him. So this is the video of that he was finally caught.
News in St. Lucie County, a man is behind bars tonight accused of killing a pregnant mother in St. Lucie County.
The sheriff says the suspect is the unborn baby's father. News Channel 5's Andrew Lofholm live outside the sheriff's office with how investigators say they tracked him down. Andrew?
Sickening.
For 28 days now, the person responsible for killing Tania Wise and her unborn baby had not been held accountable for their actions. But today, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office says that they got their man. Now, here he is, 41-year-old Jose Soto Escalera, the father of the unborn baby. He was arrested today driving his wife's car armed with an automatic handgun. Wise and Soto Escalera are not married. She, along with her baby, Josiah Thomas, was found dead in a ditch in northern St. Lucie County in late August. His truck was seen there in the area by eyewitnesses. Now, throughout the last month, with police and the public and extensive investigations, Soto Escalera was arrested this afternoon. Here are some of the details that Sheriff Ken Mascaro was able to release today.
We also know for a fact that he made a phone call to her on the day that she was killed. We also know that he was in the area of her home the night that she went disappeared. And we also know that he was in the area where Tania's body was found the next morning.
Now, the sheriff's office had Soto Escalera under surveillance for quite some time now. Today, in his wife's car on Port St. Lucie Boulevard, believing he might be headed to Martin County, that's when the sheriff's deputies swooped in and arrested him. They said they did not want him leaving St. Lucie County. Now, we are expected to learn a lot more about this Monday when the 22-page arrest affidavit is released. I also talked to Wise's family today on the phone, but they didn't want to comment, besides saying that today has been highly emotional. We're live in St. Lucie.
So it was in St. Lucie County, Florida, which is, Cindy, what part of Florida is this? Cindy, speak out for me, because I'm not sure. I didn't look on a map. Yeah, look at Hannah. Hannah's double streaming today. Look at her. You go, girl. You do what you got to do. Always happy to have you here. And Hio, my love, back to Nanny. Always. Family first, love. You know that. Okay, let's switch over. We're going to go one more.
Man is accused of killing
And then
another
we'll get to
woman
trial.
who was carrying his unborn child. This arrest comes 28 days after her body was found in the St. Lucie County area. News Channel 5's Andrew Lofholm explains how they tracked him down and what else investigators are still looking for.
41-year-old Jose Soto Escalera had been under surveillance at his Port St. Lucie home. The St. Lucie County Sheriff says he was suspicious of him and his possible involvement in the murder.
Today, the final piece of this very complex puzzle has been put in place.
23-year-old Tania Wise was 8.5 months pregnant with her second child, Tobias Joseph. Her mom last saw her alive at night on Thursday, August 23rd, leaving the house. She was scheduled for a C-section a week later.
To lose a child
Breaks my heart.
it's just, there's no words for it. And then to lose my grandson too. There's no words for it.
The next day, they were found dead in a ditch in northern St. Lucie County. DNA evidence would reveal Soto Escalera, who was married to a different woman, is the baby's father. His wife had no idea he had another baby on the way.
We know.
Could you imagine being his wife and learning this way? I want to know how she found out. I'm totally into this trial. I want to know how his wife found out. I want to know if she testifies. My curious bone has got me.
That she had some other individuals in her life, men in her life. We don't know if jealousy was a motive.
The investigation determined he called Tania the day she was murdered. His truck was placed at the crime scene.
That's one of the things that struck me. He was not remorseful.
28 days later, the sheriff says the surveillance team saw him leave his house in his wife's car. Fearful he might be headed to Martin County, they moved in.
We did not want him to leave the county.
He was arrested, facing 2 charges of first-degree murder.
I know this person will be caught. Just want justice done.
Andrew Lofholm, WPTV News Channel.
Okay, and I have one other that I want to show, and then we will get to the trial. This is an exclusive. The father accused of killing pregnant woman speaks to judge. I have not watched this, so we're going to watch it together. And this was sent to me by Cindy. Cindy is local,
only on
so she
CBS
knows
12
a little
News,
bit
a
more
man
about
accused of killing a woman and their unborn baby spoke to a judge today. CBS 12 Treasure Coast reporter Erin McPherson was in the courtroom. She joins us now outside St. Lucie County Courthouse with the latest. Erin?
The courtroom was packed today with people on both sides of this case. I actually just spoke with the accused murderer's wife, and she tells me her husband is made out to be a bad guy, but she says he's not. This is the first time we've seen Jose Soto Escalera in person. He's accused of beating and killing this woman, Tania Wise, and her unborn child. Soto Escalera was the father of that baby. Wise was only 23 years old when she was found dead on the side of the road. She does have an 8-year-old son who her mom now takes care of. We got to meet both of them at Christmas when the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office surprised Jamar Santiago with a visit from Santa and lots of toys. Today, Wise's mother sat in the front row as the judge asked Soto Escalera if he was happy with his current attorney withdrawing from the case.
My decisions right now, I can't even speak right now, to be honest. I don't know. This has been a nightmare. But in resigning, that's what I wanted to do.
New defense attorneys who work death penalty cases will now be appointed. Soto Escalera will be back in court in 2 months.
Okay, so we're going to pivot with that. We can go over here to the trial. Okay, so we learned something new right there because, like I told you, I didn't watch those prior to showing it, and we just learned that his wife supports him. Okay, yep, wifey drank the Kool-Aid. Now I need to know. So we're going to hit the trial. We're going to start. We're going to roll. And we're going to go with Court TV to start off with. I prefer Law and Crime Trial Channel, but, you know, it is what it is. Law and Crime doesn't get the whole thing. I already previewed Law and Crime, and they cut out all the opening statements weren't on Law and Crime. So we're going to use Court TV stream. So I'm going to fast forward. I just wanted y'all to get a good look at him. That was the best view I had of him sitting here when he first came into court. I changed my thumbnail this morning because I wanted a more current picture of this gentleman.
I hope you had a wonderful.
Okay. Let me hit the volume.
Weekend. Before we begin with the opening statements,
watch your ears. Here I go.
Some of the instructions I gave you Thursday afternoon, the high points. Something first, most importantly, that I've repeated multiple times, the most important element of a fair trial is that the jury base its decision only on the evidence presented officially in the trial. Therefore, as you know, don't talk to anyone about the case, including your fellow jurors. Don't do any research about the case by any form whatsoever, electronic or otherwise, and avoid all media coverage of the case. Remember also a rule that I told you about, which is as the trial progresses, don't form any definite or fixed opinion about the merits of the case until you've heard all of the evidence, the arguments by the lawyers, and the instructions on the law from me. With regard to note taking, you've been provided with a pen and pad to take notes should you wish. You're not required to take notes. Please remember during the breaks when I send you back into the jury room, leave your notepad on your chair and it will be there for you when you come back into the room, into the courtroom. And that also follows for the every day of court session. Of course, during deliberations, you'll be entitled to take your notes back with you to assist you during deliberations. We're about to begin with the opening statement. If you recall, on Thursday, I advised you of the importance of the opening statement. If you recall what I told you, what the lawyers say to you at this time is not evidence. This is not part of the evidentiary portion of the trial, but it's very important. The way I like to explain it to you is if you could imagine if we didn't do opening statements, we would just start with the state calling witnesses and you would have no idea what this case is about. We have an adversarial system. Each side opposes the other, and there are things on both sides that they think are important. So it gives them an opportunity to prepare you for the evidentiary portion of the trial. It gives them an opportunity to tell you what evidence they think will be presented once we start hearing the evidence. And that's a huge advantage. Rather than you going into the trial cold with no idea what the case is about, now you will be able to have advance notice of what they believe you should be paying close attention to, and that will give you a tremendous advantage in all regards, but in particular at the end of the case when you hear their arguments reflecting on what the evidence was. With that, though, remember what they say is not evidence in that regard. And we start off with the state has the burden of proof, and they may begin with their opening statement. Mr. Cormier.
Okay, so we're at opening statements. This is Mr. Cormier. I have no clue. I haven't got it set up in back, so I won't be able to tag just yet. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be able to put the little tags up top.
I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. I'm going to lose everything. If my wife finds out something like that, oh my God, bro, I'm going to lose everything. Bro, I have a spot. I have a spot. I have to find a spot where I'm going to dump her. I'll throw away all the clothes.
Okay, so one of my best trial watchers out here, Denise, she's our jury foreperson in this chat, as always, has forewarned me that look, I'm trying something new, TC, and don't squirrel me right now. Anyways, our jury foreperson, Denise, has let me know that there are some graphic photos that pop up every once in a while. So we are adults here. We do know this is trial. This is my content warning. I will pop up content warnings here and there throughout the stream. So just this is y'all's warning. We are adults. We have seen this stuff before. If you cannot watch it, protect your mental health, walk away, look away, take the screen down, do what you need to do.
Or I'll burn them. Or I'll wash them with Clorox. Those are the words from the defendant in this case on August 21st, 2018. The evidence will show you that Jose Soto Escalera, the defendant in this case, he had a problem. He had a big problem. And he needed to find a way to get rid of it. He had no other choice in his eyes. And that problem that he had was the victim in this case, Tania Wise. On August 21st, Tania Wise was a mom. She was 38 weeks pregnant, and she had no idea that this defendant was carefully planning out her murder. You're going to learn that the defendant in this case, he worked for Waste Pro. He was a garbage truck driver, and he worked with his nephew on the garbage truck. And the reason we're going to know and hear how he planned out this murder is because he did it on the garbage truck while they're driving around, picking up trash, doing his route. But what the defendant didn't plan on is that it's all recorded. There's video, there's audio, and even though they talked in Spanish, Everything is going to be translated in this case, and you're going to hear the defendant as he drives around on his trash route trying to figure out where he's going to get rid of her body, where he's going to leave 38-week pregnant Tania Wise for dead, how he's going to kill her. Let's go 2 days later. That was August 21st, 2018. Let's go to August 23rd. That's the date of the murder in this case. And it's a normal day for Jose. He's driving in his garbage truck and he's planning out a murder. He cannot let his wife know that he got another woman pregnant who's now 38 weeks. He's running out of time. She's getting ready to schedule a C-section. She's going to have this baby, and he cannot let that find out because he's going to lose everything. That's all he cares about. What's going to happen to him? Not that he's going to kill a 38-week-year-old pregnant mother. That doesn't concern him at all. And he's talking casually in this car to his nephew. You think I should choke her? Or would it be better if I just do a big blow and it's all over with really quick? And then he tells him, you know what? She's not the type of person that anyone's even going to look for. They're not even going to look for her. They're not going to worry about her. And you know what? If they don't find anything within the first 48 hours, they're never going to find anything. Well, despite the defendant's planning and discussion over and over again of where he's going to do it, which way he should do it, how he's going to commit this murder, he made some mistakes. And on August 23rd, you're going to hear from the victim in this case, Tania Wise. You're going to hear from her mother, Elizabeth Bedolla. She is helping Tania put her son to bed that night, and then Tania leaves the house. The last time she sees her daughter alive is sometime after 8 o'clock on August 23rd, 2018. She doesn't know exactly where her daughter's going. She thinks she's just going out for a little bit. Tania didn't have a car. She didn't have a way to go anywhere, and you'll learn through the recordings that the defendant, part of his plan was to lure her out, to get her out of the house, and then to take her somewhere to murder her. So that's August 23rd. That's the night of the murder. And you're going to learn the defendant, he goes, he picks her up, and then he takes her out to complete his plan. So fast forward to the next morning. It's August 24th, 2018. Tania Wise has been murdered. Christine Gabin is driving in St. Lucie County. The site of this murder is it's on a road called Russo Road. It's just north of Indrio. It's a little bit west of town. There's an intersection between Russo Road and Johnston Road. And it just so happens that this route is along the defendant's trash route. It's a spot that he passes, that he drives on his garbage truck route. But Christine Gabin, she's driving down that road that day, and on the side of Russo Road, she sees what she thinks is trash in a ditch, in the swale on the side of the road. But when she looks closer, she realizes it's not trash. It's Tania Wise. So immediately she sees a body on the side of the road and she calls 911. St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office is going to respond out to the scene. One of the first officers, Deputy Gilkey, he gets there and he takes some photos of Tania as she is found the way that she is initially. You're going to hear that crime scene investigators, there's 3 different crime scene investigators that worked on this case: Donna Carmichael, Kayla Lim, and Janine Vasquez at the time, now Janine Hiller. They go out to the scene because now there's a dead body and they need to figure out what happened. So they go and they look at the body. Tania Wise is face down in the swale on the side of the road. There's still some water. She's wet, she's damp. They see some hair, loose hair around the area where her body's found, and she is completely face down. They turn her over. They can see that she has some injuries to both her head and to her neck, and that there is what appears to be vomit within the swale of where her face was laying down. They collect all the evidence at the scene. They document all the evidence at the scene. They take photographs, and Tania Wise is brought to the medical examiner's office to have an autopsy performed. So now we're on August 24th. She's been found. She's brought to the medical examiner's office, and the defendant is there riding in his garbage truck again as if nothing happened. And he's talking to his nephew again about what happened. And he's telling him, he says, yeah, even though I had gloves on, I washed my hands with that brake cleaner. His nephew asked him, was there any blood? And he said, yeah, there's blood. It was all over the clothes. but I got rid of it. They're not going to find any evidence. And once again, he's talking in this truck. He doesn't know that she's been found at this point yet, but he's saying, no one's even going to look for her. No one's, she's the kind of person that runs away for a few days. I'm fine. He thinks he's in the clear. No one's going to find her. So that's August 24th. And what's going to happen is now law enforcement's going to start to work the case. They are going to figure out who knew her, how did they know her, when's the last time people saw Tania Wise, because they need to start gathering evidence. They need to figure out who she was with, who she saw, what could have happened to her. And they start to bring in people for interviews the next day on the 25th. And what also happens the next day on the 25th is her autopsy. What you're going to learn what happened to Tania Wise is that she suffered 2 major injuries that could have caused her death. She was struck, and you're going to hear from Linda O'Neill, the medical examiner at the time, she was struck on the top of her head. And she suffered skull fractures. She suffered hematoma, edema, and that the cracks in her skull came all the way up to her orbital bones. Linda O'Neill will tell you that that was a significant blow that she took and that it couldn't have been done with a fist. That it had to be done with some type of extremely hard object. The other injury that you're going to hear that Tania Wise sustained was a 19-centimeter cut across her neck. It comes from the front to the back, consistent with it, someone possibly standing behind her, and there's multiple cuts. There's 2 separate cuts, and the cuts were so deep it went through her jugular vein and almost to her spinal cord. And you're going to see photographs of that. And the reason those cuts are so deep and she's hitting the head so hard is because this defendant had to make sure she was gone. He planned it out, and he was worried that he was going to get found out. He thought he was going to lose everything. And his solution was to kill Tania Wise and Josiah Wise, which was going to be the 38-week-old baby that she had that was getting ready to be born within the next couple of weeks.
Glad they gave her 2 counts.
You're going to hear that the sheriff's office continued to work on this case. They gathered evidence.
Him 2
and
counts.
they eventually talked to the defendant in this case. He goes into the sheriff's office on August 25th, 2018 for an interview. And when he comes in, he drives in a silverish gray Dodge truck. Now, what you're going to learn about this truck is that same day of the finding of the body or the same day of the murder on August 23rd, there's another individual by the name of William Mullen. William Mullen owned a pizza shop at the time, and he was driving on Russo Road in that area at about 11:30 at night. And he sees something that's odd to him. As he's driving down the road, he sees a silverish truck, meets the description of the defendant's truck. It has some fog lights on, and it's just sitting on the side of the road. He says he sees the truck, he pulls up, it turns its lights off, it turns its lights on, and then it drives off. And he thought that was kind of weird. So the next day, when he sees law enforcement there, he goes and calls 911 and says, hey, I saw this truck out right there where that body was found last night. And just so happens that the day that this defendant comes in to give an interview, he's driving a truck that matches that description, consistent with the truck that's seen right at the murder scene. Another piece of evidence that the sheriff's office says, you know what? It's starting to look like it's Jose Soto Escalera. So he gives consent to search his car. Law enforcement, they swab his car that particular day, and then they talk to him. And when they talk to the defendant, you're going to hear his interview. You're going to listen to his words, and you can watch him. He comes in as if, despite what he just did, despite after cutting her throat twice and bashing in her head, he's surprised. He's sad. I can't believe this happened. I feel bad for her family. Hope you find who did this. I don't know anything about it. He minimizes his relationship with Tania Wise. He's like, yeah, I know her. We're not friends. She comes over. Her son plays with my son. They start to ask more questions. She was pregnant. Is there any reason that we're going to find out this is your child? Are we going to learn that this baby is yours? Nope. Not my child. That's not possible. I've never had sex with Tania Wise. That's not me. So obviously, law enforcement, there's a medical examiner. They're going to do a paternity test of this baby that Tania had. They're going to look into that. What they're also going to look at is they're going to start to look at phone records. They're going to look at calls. They're going to do search warrants, and that's exactly what is done in this case. After the 25th, they do a search warrant subsequent on the defendant's vehicle again on September 24th of 2018. And at that time, they use something, and it's called Blue Star, and it's a chemical they spray inside of his truck. And if there's blood inside, it lights up blue in the dark. So they spray that. Sure enough, they look inside of his truck, and there's glowing. Evidence that there was blood in his truck. So what do? They cut out the carpet where they see some of that blood. They swab that and send that off also for DNA testing. So what you're going to hear about the DNA evidence in this case is that they took a lot of swabs and they tested a lot of stuff. But there's a couple things that are extremely important. And one of those is that they checked multiple people to see who could be the father of that child, and it's 99.99%, it's the defendant. So not only did he kill Tania Wise, he killed his own son that she was 38 weeks pregnant with because he didn't want his wife to find out that he had been with someone else. He cut her throat and bashed her head in, knowing that possibly it was his child, but he did it anyways. Because he had planned it out, and he said, I have to do it, Eric. I have no other choice. You're going to hear some additional evidence that even though that evening he's going to tell law enforcement what he did and where he went, and the cell phone evidence that's going to introduce in this case, the cell phone tower evidence, it's going to show that's not correct. That's not where he was. The evidence is going to put him out at the scene of the crime. It's going to put him near that area where this crime occurred out on Lucie Road. So throughout the trial, listen to the evidence, use your common sense. But when you go back and you listen and you watch and you hear what is said on these recordings, and you consider what the facts are, like the fact that this was his child and that he lied about it and that he hid it and that he then planned this murder for multiple days and then he carried it out, at the end of this trial, you're going to find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder of Tania Wise and first-degree murder of an unborn child, because that's what the evidence is going to show. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna roll on to the prosecution, to the defense. Y'all, I'm having a rough time with my words today.
Thank you, Mr. Cormier. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, sir.
Please do. Thank you.
They are going to make a statement. Okay, I wasn't sure. After I said that, I thought,
Unfortunately, the profession that Ms. Wise.
and this is Ashley Minton. Hang on, let me get her name. I don't want to get it wrong. Ashley Minton, defensive attorney. Okay, I'm gonna hit play and I will put this in chat.
Wise was in, a dancer and an escort, brought her into contact with many unsavory characters in what you will learn in the days following the discovery of her body.
I'm sorry. We jumped straight into victim shaming? Excuse me? Okay, I can tell you I'm not going to like the lawyer, but go ahead.
Enforcement got DNA samples from.
I'm going to rewind that just a second because that was rude.
Brought her into contact with many unsavory characters in what you will learn in the days following the discovery of her body. Law enforcement got DNA samples from many men, not just my client. They got a DNA sample from a gentleman by the name of Mark Burke, who she was involved with and was her longtime paramour and pimp. They got DNA from a person named Bradley Rodriguez Jr., who was also her longtime boyfriend, who had been kicked out of her mom's house because he was violent with Tania in front of her mother. They got DNA from a gentleman named Eric Alvarado, who is my client's nephew. And they got DNA from a person by the name of Giovanni Alvarado, who dropped Tania off on the night that she was murdered. You will also learn that Ms. Wise had told Bradley Rodriguez Jr. that he was the father of her son. And you will learn that she also told Mark Burke that he was the father of her son. It was in this fraught situation that her untimely demise occurred. And the judge is going to tell you, when we talked about it during jury selection, that reasonable doubt can come from the evidence, lack of evidence, and conflicts in the evidence. I'd ask that you use a discerning ear and eye during the course of this trial and listen to not only the evidence that you see and hear, but the evidence that you won't see and that you won't hear. And I have no doubt that at the close of the evidence, you'll have no other alternative but to find my client not guilty of both charges. Thank you.
Thank you, attorneys. We now begin with the evidentiary portion of the trial, and the state may call its first witness.
Yes, sir. People Senate Florida, call Christine Gavin.
Look, Indy's already throwing tomatoes and we hadn't even started. You go, Indy. It's going to be a stream, let me tell y'all. So first witness, Christine David. And if y'all remember in the opening, she was the one who found, Hannah's throwing cans. She was the one that found the body, according to the opening statement. She was the one that was driving by that seen it on the side of the road. Forget the tomatoes. We're going for the whole cans now. All right, you guys. That's Cindy. Cindy's coming in with oranges. She's from Florida. We're throwing oranges. Okay, y'all. Zoom. It's taking Miss David too long to get in here. Oh, come on. Bless her heart. She looks like me and my age. Little old frumpy lady. My lips are so chapped today, y'all. So if y'all see me like
And you may inquire the
messing with
witness.
them, they're real chapped. I don't have any lip gloss.
Morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Christine Gavin, Gavan.
Okay. David, have you lived here in Fort Pierce all your life?
Since I was 7 years old.
Okay. And let me take you back to August 24th of 2018. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I left my house and in Spanish Lakes Fairways, went to Johnston Road and was going to take a shortcut to my granddaughters and went down Russo Road.
Okay. And you go down, and where did your granddaughter live?
She lives over all the other side of Emil Avenue.
Okay. And you left your home and you were going to your granddaughter's house?
Yes.
Okay. And
Okay, I hate to interrupt, but the Iowans throwing corn. So yes, and St. Lucia has lots of orange groves. They're harder than tomatoes, and they're your state fruit. So we could throw oranges because it's Florida state fruit. I love it.
you said you came home and you were going to your granddaughter's house?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you took a shortcut and you got on Russo's Road?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And describe in as much detail as possible what happened and what you saw on August 24th of 2018.
Started down Russo and I was looking out my windows and there was like somebody had thrown bags of trash out the window. And so I got to the end of the road where Rusacas crosses and I stopped and I thought, oh, wait a minute, that's not what I saw. And I stopped and got my bearings again. And I thought, I think that was something more than just a bag laying there. So I turned around and I went back and saw that it was a body laying there. So I stopped and called 911.
Okay. And do you remember what time you called 911?
About 10:50.
Okay. And how do you remember that time?
I was very shocked, very upset. So I just sat there and waited for him to arrive.
Okay. And when you called 911, did you take a look at the the timestamp on your phone?
Yes, I think it was like 10:54, something like that.
Okay. And the police officers arrived?
Mhm.
Okay, without telling us what you said, because that would be inadmissible hearsay. But did you tell the police officer what you saw?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gaiman, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
No cross searching.
May this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Gavin. You're released from your subpoena. That means you're free to stay or leave as you wish. You may step down from the witness stand. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida called Deputy Josh Gilkey.
Mine too, A. I had a beautiful weekend. I had such a great
Morning,
weekend.
sir.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Deputy Joshua Gilkey, Gilkey.
Okay, and it's obvious based on your dress, but what do you do for a living?
Road Patrol Deputy in St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, go ahead and give the jury a thumbnail sketch of your education, your training, and your experience, please.
I have an associate's degree in criminal justice. I've attended the Basic Academy for law enforcement. I'm a traffic homicide investigator, and I've worked for St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for about 8 years now.
Okay, and were you working back on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in what capacity were you working? What was your assignment?
Road Patrol Deputy.
Okay, and go ahead and just give the jury a brief summary of what a Road Patrol Deputy does on a day-to-day basis.
Road Patrol Deputy typically responds to calls for service. So you call 911, and if it's within that area that I'm working, I will respond to that call. I also do routine traffic stops as well.
Okay. And on August 24th of 2018, were you on duty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and describe for the jury how you were dressed.
We had a different uniform back then. It was like the other deputies in this room, polyester uniform. So I was dressed in that uniform.
Okay, and were you in a marked unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you receive a call or to respond to the area of Russo's Road and Johnston Road in St. Lucie County?
I heard my zone partner. He got dispatched to the call. I just happened to be a little bit closer, so I arrived on scene first.
Okay, about how far? Just give the jury an idea about how far away is that area from Indiana Road?
So it's approximately about a mile and a half.
Okay, and so you get dispatched and walk the jury in as much detail as possible what you see. You are the eyes to this jury, so walk them through what you see.
So whenever I first arrived on scene, I saw the caller in a black car, made contact with her. I believe her name was Christine Gavin. And she informed me that she had saw what could possibly be a deceased body down the road, approximately 50 feet away from us to the east on the south side of the roadway.
Okay, and did you approach that body?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury what you saw.
I saw what appeared to be a female body, and she appeared to be deceased at that time.
Okay, and what did you do in response?
I immediately determined that this was going to be an active crime scene due to there being a deceased female on the side of the roadway. Rescue was there with me as well. Nobody went up and touched the body or anything like that.
Did you touch the body?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 116 and 117 for identification purposes. Take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are those photos? What do they depict?
Those are photos of the deceased female laying face down.
Okay. And are those photos of the deceased female as they appear on August 24th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive on scene?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m.
11 a.m. Okay. And are these photos fair and accurate representations of how the deceased female looked on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibits 116 and 117.
Any objection?
No objection.
These two items will come into evidence without objection at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me remind you of something I told you on Thursday, since it's been 3 days in between. The items that officially come into evidence by my pronouncement take on a different significance. They're the actual evidence in the case. They will go back with you into the jury room during deliberations. There may be other items that are used during the trial that do not officially come into evidence, such as items used to refresh a witness's memory or demonstrative aid here in court. That's not the actual evidence, will not go back with you into the jury room.
Also, now that an item is officially in evidence, it may be shown to you or published to you by either of the attorneys. And you may proceed, Mr. Richardson.
And permission to publish, sir.
You may do so.
Okay. Okay. So as we're looking here at exhibit 116, go ahead and describe for the jury and also for the record what we're looking at.
That is what I saw whenever I first arrived on scene. Made contact with the body.
Okay. And exhibit 117?
It's another angle.
Same body?
Yes, sir.
And both of these depict the victim on August 24th of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from that point forward, you're a road deputy, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then did you then notify detectives within the homicide division of the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
I notified my supervisor, and supervisor makes the notifications from there.
Okay, so from that point forward, this was not your case. More homicide detectives came in and they began their investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Gilkey. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Just very briefly, sir, that area that you found the body in, that wasn't a wooded area, correct?
It's partially wooded. Just depends on where, but that's what it is.
Okay. Do you remember taking a deposition in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember stating in a deposition when asked if the area was wooded, you said, I wouldn't describe it as wooded?
Right.
Okay. No further questions?
Any further questions from the state?
No regret.
May Deputy Gilkey be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Deputy. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
Thank you.
And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
William Mullen.
Please swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
If you could, please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
William Drew Mullen III, Mullan.
And what do you do for a living?
Self-employed.
All right. And back in 2018, did you own a business?
Yes.
Okay. And what business did you own?
There's a pizza restaurant in Vero Beach.
Okay. And during that time, would you ever have to travel along Russo Road in St. Lucie County?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you travel along that road?
It was just a cut through from my house to get to Vero. It's like a back road, stay away from traffic, that kind of stuff.
So what I want to do is I want to go back to August 23rd of 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Was there something that occurred that led you to reach out to law enforcement?
Yes. That was the, are you talking about this is the day, during the day, right?
Or during the nighttime?
During the nighttime.
Is there something that you saw that on an evening along Russo Road?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you saw as you were, well, first off, were you driving at night on August 23rd?
Yeah, at night. Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And where were you going?
I was going back home from the pizza place. So I was pulling onto Russo Road, and usually there's nobody on that road at that time of night, and just so happened to be a truck sitting there. So.
All right. Now, before I ask you some questions about the truck, approximately what time of night is this?
This is between 11 and 11:30.
And if you could describe for the jury, you're turning down Russo Road.
Yes.
Describe for them what you see. If there is a vehicle, describe the vehicle. What do you see it doing?
Yeah. So as soon as I turned on the road, it was dark, and then all of a sudden, lights popped on. So it was probably about 150 yards down the road. So I thought that was very suspicious. So I started coming towards the vehicle, and that vehicle started coming towards me. I noticed it was a truck, and it was kind of creeping towards me. It was a silver or gray truck, like a big truck, like a full-size truck, and it was like a clean truck. I noticed it had like shiny, like kind of chrome, like rims and pieces on the truck and whatnot. And then I just passed by the truck. So dark tint windows.
And you described something happening with the lights when you saw the truck?
Yeah, as soon as I pulled on the road, it was like the fog lights had popped on right away. Which I thought was suspicious, because instead of turning on all your lights, it was like fog lights. I feel like a lower light, so.
And that's my next question. So you described it as fog lights. Where would those lights be on the truck that you saw?
More down towards the bottom. So that's why I thought was suspicious. It wasn't like your normal headlight that popped on. It was like a light, two lights that were on the bottom. So.
And as you approached the truck, what did it do?
Immediately started, I could tell it just started like kind of creeping towards me. So as I was going east from Johnson Road, it started coming west towards Johnson Road.
All right, and then where did that truck end up going?
Since it was kind of weird, I was watching it in my rearview mirror. It stopped at the stop sign. And then it took a right, which would be north on Johnson Road.
And did you do anything in response at this time?
No, I mean, I just kept going and went home that night, like normal. So
you didn't contact law enforcement?
Not that night, no.
All right, what caused you to end up to reaching out to law enforcement?
Well, this was my everyday route. So the next day when I was coming down that road, I noticed they had it blocked off. And I was coming west towards, I was on 27th Ave. I'm from Vero, so I call it 27th Ave. So then I went down to Indrio, went down, then went west, got on Johnson Road, started going towards Vero, and then when I came up on Russo Road, I noticed that there was police officers parked there, and I saw a tent set up right where I saw that truck. So I figured maybe I should stop and at least tell them what I saw the night before in case it had something to do with it. So,
and is that
is amazing that he drove back by and seen that and actually stopped and made a report. That's
what you ended up doing?
Yes. I immediately pulled over on the side of the road and spoke with a detective.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
No cross-section.
May Mr. Mullen be released from his subpoena this time?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Mullen, you are released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
okay. Let's get Mr. Mullen out of there. On to the next person. I got you, Norma. I've been wanting to keep up with that trial. I've been following HEO with all that, so I definitely want to do that trial.
Morning, ma'am. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Betola. Last name.
Scoot up to the microphone and maybe we could angle it so to amplify her voice.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth Betola. Bedolla.
Okay. And did you know a female by the name of Tania Wise?
Yes, she's my daughter.
Okay. She's your daughter. Okay. I want you to go ahead and describe Tania for us. So first, way back on August 23rd of 2018, How old was Tania?
She was 23.
I'm sorry.
She was 23.
Okay. And did she have children?
Yes. At home, she had an 8-year-old, Jamar, and she was pregnant.
Okay. How far along was she in her pregnancy?
She was about 8.5 months.
Okay. And had Tania decided on the name of the baby?
She decided that on the baby shower. It's Josiah Thomas Wise.
Okay. A boy.
A boy.
Okay. And did she live with you on August 23rd of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you guys live? What was the address?
2014 Southwest Larchmont Lane in Port St. Lucie.
Okay. Is that located near Bayshore Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. And is there like a Winn-Dixie close to that area?
Yeah, if you continue the road, it's 2 blocks down. There's a Winn-Dixie.
Okay. Do you remember her phone number?
I believe so. It's 772-607.
Okay. And did you pay for her phone or did somebody else pay for it?
Bradley paid for it.
And what's Bradley's name?
Bradley, I think it's Rodriguez. I'm not sure if Rodriguez or Hernandez, one of the two.
Bradley Rodriguez?
Uh-huh.
Bradley Rodriguez Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go back and I want to focus you in on the events of August 23rd, 2018 in the evening time. Do you remember that time?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. What were you doing around 8 in the evening on that day in your house?
Me and my daughter, Tania, we had given her son a bath because he was going to school. So we gave him a bath around that time always. And I was going to get him dressed. She was going to go out. She needed to get drinks because he didn't have no drinks for lunch the next day.
Okay. And did she, about what time did she leave?
It's probably around anywhere between a little bit after 8. I mean, I said a little bit. I mean, I didn't exactly look at the clock, but I know it was a little bit after 8. Could have been 8:15, 8:20. It was around that time.
Okay. Okay. And when she left, where was she going again? I couldn't quite hear you. I'm sorry.
She was going to go get drinks for her son for school for his lunch.
Okay.
That's the purpose she left the house, because she had problems walking and everything because of her pregnancy. So she left just to get the drinks.
Okay. And was that the last time you ever saw your daughter Tania?
Yeah, by the door. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if Tania had a follow-up doctor's appointment the following week?
Yes, it was a Tuesday for her C-section. They were going to schedule her C-section.
Okay. On the next Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a scheduling appointment for her C-section.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
And prior to your daughter's murder, you were aware that she was dating Bradley Rodriguez Jr., correct?
Yeah, they kind of had some type of relationship.
Because he actually lived with you in your house, is that right?
For a short period of time.
Okay, and in March of 2013, you had actually kicked him out of your house, right?
Correct.
And that's because he got violent with Tania?
I didn't like the way he treated her, yes.
Okay, but he laid hands on her in front of you?
I don't recall seeing him hitting her at all, but I just didn't like the way he treated my daughter.
You were also aware that she was dating another gentleman by the name of Mark Burke?
Objection, relevance.
Overruling objection. You may answer the question.
She was dating him. Like she separated from Mark. They kept a friendship and she dated Mark.
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. would threaten Tania?
Objection, relevance, and exceeds the scope of direct examination.
I'm concerned about, no, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Bradley Rodriguez Jr. had been threatening Tania?
At one point, she had mentioned it to me.
Did you believe that Bradley Rodriguez Jr. was the father of your daughter's child?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection as to what this person's opinion was is irrelevant for purposes of the trial.
Around August 15th or 16th of that year, you took your daughter to Bradley Rodriguez Jr.'s house to pick up the baby clothes, is that right?
Yes.
And you told law enforcement that Mr. Burke actually was also abusive with your daughter, right?
Objection, hearsay.
Hold on a second.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, if you were to rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Burke was violent with your daughter, correct?
I think he was.
Had your daughter just started speaking with another gentleman who went by the nickname of Casino, but his real name was Jared Christie?
That was her friend, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect from the statement.
No regret.
All right, thank you. Now you may step down from the witness stand.
Yeah, so when I started figuring it up,
They took a lot of swabs and they tested.
Evidence.
I hit the
It
wrong
may
button.
be shown to you or
It was dark, and then all of a sudden,
By the door.
I'm sorry, that
I
was
think
my
it was
mistake. I got button happy. I got button happy, y'all. I was too busy talking. Yeah, so he took her life on a Friday. Her C-section was scheduled for the following Tuesday, according to their dates. Because I was trying to see when August 24th was. It was a Friday. So, and her mom said her schedule was for Tuesday. That's...
Please swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Lady got a sucker in her mouth.
Good morning.
Got her lollipop.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Linda Rush O'Neill, O''Neil.
Okay. And Miss O'Neill, what did you do for a living back on August 23rd of 2018, 25th of 2018?
I was an associate medical examiner for District 19 Medical Examiner's Office in the state of Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury a thumbnail sketch of your education, your training, and your experience, please?
I graduated from the University of Memphis in 1987 with a Bachelor's of Science degree. Following that, I attended East Tennessee State University Quillen College of Medicine, where I graduated with a medical degree in 1992. After that, I did a 5-year residency program, which I completed in St. Louis at St. Louis University Hospital in St. Louis. After that, I did a 1-year fellowship training in forensic pathology at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office in Broward County, Florida.
Okay. And are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
I am.
Okay. And I want to talk specifically about your career track. And you just mentioned Broward County. So can you go ahead and elaborate on that for the jury? What did you do in Broward County?
I joined there. I did my fellowship training there. And then I joined as an associate medical examiner there in January of 1999. I continued to work for the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office until 2004. And then I became an associate medical examiner for the West Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's Office. And I was there until May of 2009, which at that time I joined the District 19 Medical Examiner's Office. And I was there until I retired in 2020.
Okay. And go ahead and just give the jury a general description of what a medical examiner does on a day-to-day basis.
Basically, in the state of Florida, a medical examiner is investigating certain deaths that fall under their jurisdiction. Most of them, of which we do autopsy examinations on, and the autopsy examinations are done to determine cause and manner of death.
Okay. And go ahead and describe what an autopsy is. Give the jury an overview about what an autopsy is. What an autopsy is. I'm sorry.
Basically, an autopsy is an examination of the deceased person. It's an external examination of the body and an internal examination of the body. The external examination of the body is not only just the characteristics of the body, female, male, height, weight, also whatever's on the body, be clothing or anything else that you would find on the body. Evidence would be collected from the body. Then there would be documentation of injuries or any other kind of abnormalities on the external part of the body. Photographs would be taken during all these parts of the autopsy examination. Sometimes x-rays are taken prior to the internal examination. And then an internal examination is done in which the chest cavity is open, the abdominal cavity is open, the cranial cavity is open, and all the organs inside those cavities are taken out and examined.
Okay. And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your entire career?
I don't remember the exact count, but when I retired, it was over 5,000.
Okay. And have you ever testified in circuit court regarding your findings from an autopsy?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Over 100 times. I don't have an exact number.
And were you working on August 25th of 2018?
I was.
Okay. And what were you doing that day?
That day on August 25th of 2018, I became involved with the case of Tania Wise and did an autopsy examination on her that morning.
Okay. And what materials did you review in order to form your opinions in this case?
You mean just recently or at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, obviously all the findings of the medical examiner's office, any information that would be given to me by law enforcement or their personnel, laboratory findings, because we do other things like toxicology analysis and microscopic examinations. We did x-ray examinations on her body. So all of those would have been involved in determining the cause and manner of death.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned a toxicology test.
Yes.
We'll start there. Was a toxicology test performed on Tania Wise?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and first explain what the toxicology test is and what it's testing for.
During the autopsy examination, we take blood and other body fluids. Those are sent to a laboratory that does the toxicology testing. They test for, they do drug screen and alcohol screen, testing for the presence of those in the body. And that was done in this case.
Okay. And what were the results?
The results in this case, I took heart blood from her body, and the heart blood showed a level of 0.017 grams per deciliter of ethanol. Also, at the time of the autopsy, I took vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eye, and that was tested and showed no ethanol present in that specimen.
Okay. And ethanol is alcohol?
Correct.
Okay. So can you go ahead and explain to the jury why that number for ethanol is important to them?
Yes. In this case, there was some decomposition occurring, and ethanol can be created by bacteria that is in the body and is affecting the body after when decomposition starts. It can create ethanol in the body. So her level was so small that in all likelihood, in my opinion, it's from the decomposition, because the vitreous fluid in the eye, there's none present. And also on this particular autopsy, there was a collection of blood in the cranial cavity called subdural hemorrhage, which would be unlikely as affected by bacterial decomposition than the heart blood would be. And it showed no evidence of ethanol either. So none in the vitreous fluid, none in the ocular fluid, and just a small amount in the heart blood fluid.
Okay. Is that more consistent with decomposition and inconsistent with ingesting alcohol, like beer, wine, etc.?
Yes.
And did you, I think you mentioned it earlier, but as part of your autopsy, did you take photos to document the injuries and the other important aspects of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, This is the content warning. I do not know what they're going to show, but from what I've understood, we're all adults here.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 118 through 143. If you could take a look at those for me for a second. What were those numbers just right here? 118 to 143.
From the autopsy examination.
Okay, and those exhibits right there, 118 to 143, are those fair and accurate depictions of the autopsy that you performed on Tania Wise and her baby Josiah?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence 118 to 143.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Okay, so here we're looking at exhibit number 118. Go ahead and just briefly describe what we're looking at here, Dr. Emmett.
This is an initial photograph. This is how she was at the medical examiner's office before we started any of the examination. So it's an initial photograph showing her at the medical examiner's office.
Okay, and is it part of your process for every autopsy to take photographs like this where the victim comes in, or the body comes in, and you take initial photographs without clothing them first?
Yes.
Okay, and let's advance to exhibit number 119. And same question, what are we looking at here?
This is an identification photograph. This is taken after the body is cleaned so we can get a good picture of the face for identification.
Okay, and I first noticed there's some red marks on her face and shoulders and chest and arms. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
One of the things that happens after we die is the postmortem settling of the blood, which is called livor mortis or lividity. When we die, our blood stops moving in our body and it will settle to the dependent area by gravity. So if you're on your back, it can settle on the back. If you're lying face down, it can settle on the front of the body. And for a period of time, that can move. Like for a period of time, if someone was on their face and moved over to their back, the lividity can move to the back and vice versa, or in any other way that gravity is affecting the body. But after a certain amount of time, that lividity becomes fixed, which means that it's not going to move when the body moves. So it's fixed in the position of the dependent gravity in a body position.
Okay. And if we could advance to exhibit number 120, please. Okay, so here we are looking at exhibit number 120. What exactly did you see here, doctor, that's important to you?
This is a photograph of a wound on the top of the head. It's on the top of the head, but the posterior aspect, so the top back of the head. You can see there through the head hair, you can see that there's a large wound that's visible.
Okay. And exhibit number 121, please.
Again, that's a close-up showing that this is a gaping wound, and it's a full thickness gaping wound, because even now, even with head hair there, you can see at the bottom of that photograph skull, you can see visible skull through the margins of the wound.
Okay. And exhibit number 122, please.
This is that same wound. This is after the head hair around it has been shaved, so you can get a better look at the margins of the wound and the tissue involving the wound. And then again, you can see the skull through the base of that laceration.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, we're looking at exhibit 122 here. Okay, so tell us about this wound, doctor. Can you go into more detail about that wound? First of all, what do you believe caused it, and what were the consequences from it?
Well, this type of wound is a blunt trauma injury, meaning that it's a forceful blow to the body. Blunt trauma injuries include bruises or contusions. It includes abrasions, scraping of skin. It includes lacerations, which is kind of a crush and tear injury of the skin. And fractures are also common blunt trauma injuries. In this case, this wound is a full thickness laceration or blunt force trauma. And there is fracture of the skull too underlying this. So this is a full thickness laceration, full thickness blunt force injury, which would have been a very forceful blow with some type of heavy object. I can't say specifically what that object was.
Is this something that could have been caused by human hands, or does it require something heavier and more substantial?
I cannot think of a way that this could have been caused by a human hand.
Okay. So when you say a heavy object, can you elaborate on that?
Objection, Judge House.
Don't move to speculation, objection, so long as it's within your ability as a doctor to describe it with some specificity.
Heavy object being something not lightweight, something with some weight to it, and it would be used forcefully to cause this injury.
Okay. Would it have had to have had a sharp edge to it at some point?
This is a blunt force injury, so blunt force injuries wouldn't necessarily be caused by anything sharp. There's no sharp margin of the wound. When you think of a laceration is kind of a tearing, a crushing, tearing injury. Like if you had a piece of material and you tore it and you have those little bridging fibers between it, that's kind of what happens with a laceration that you can see in that photograph. A sharp force injury is going to have smoother margins, like if you had that same material and you cut it with scissors, and it would be nice and smooth on each side. So this is a blunt force injury.
Okay. If we could advance to the next slide, which is 123. 123. What are we looking at here?
This is the same wound. In the previous photographs, it's gaping open. So we try to reapproximate the margins to see if we can get any other identifying features. Not necessarily to determine right from the picture what it was, but if we have something that we could compare it to later, it might help, in that comparison.
In exhibit 124.
That is the same wound, reapproximated with the margins pushed together. You can see there's some perpendicular lacerations extending from the margins of the wound.
Okay. And how long was this wound?
The wound was 9 centimeters in length, which is approximately 3.5 inches.
Okay. And go ahead and describe the consequences of this wound. What condition did you see? What flowed from that?
Well, on the internal examination, when the skin is removed from the scalp, there's a skull fracture that's visible. And then when the top of the cranium is taken off, when we look at the brain inside, there's actual bruising of the brain. There's subarachnoid hemorrhage of the brain, which is the thin layer that covers the brain itself. And then the dura, which is a thicker membrane around the brain, there was subdural hemorrhage or hemorrhage underneath that dura. So it not only affected the skin and the skull, it also affected the brain.
Okay. So when you say subdural hemorrhage, what exactly does that mean?
That means that there's collection of blood, that there was bleeding inside the cranial cavity that collected in the subdural space.
Okay. And you also used a word that I have the same question for, subarachnoid hemorrhage. What is that?
The arachnoid layer is very thin, translucent tissue that covers the external part of the brain. And so it would be hemorrhage underneath that layer.
And you indicated that there was a skull fracture present as well?
Correct.
Okay, can you describe that further?
The skull fracture starts at the point where you see this laceration, and it curves around to the left side of the skull, the left parietal and frontal region of the skull. So it's a linear fracture extending from the point of the blow.
And is there also cerebral edema?
Yes.
Present? Can you explain to the jury what that is?
When the brain undergoes trauma like this, one of the things that quickly happens is the brain swells because of the injury. So cerebral edema is swelling of the brain.
Dr. O'Neill, can you, based on your training and experience, can you describe for the jury, as best you can, how much force was used to cause the injuries to Miss Wise's head that we've seen thus far?
Well, what I could say is it's extreme force. It's one forceful blow with an instrument that would be heavy enough to create that wound.
Okay. Is the wound that you've just described and the pictures that correspond to it, would that have automatically rendered Miss Wise unconscious, or could she have maintained at least some measure of consciousness after receiving that blow?
It may or may not have rendered her immediately unconscious.
I'm going to tell you just from experience, just something in general, just a basic car accident put Muffins in a coma. And she was in a coma for 10 days just from blunt force trauma from a car wreck to her skull. So just as something as simple as a car wreck caused a 10-day coma before she came out on her own. So, you know, not to compare ever, not to ever compare, she made it, but blunt force trauma can just.
And I want you to set aside the other injuries and just focus on this injury, okay? If we set aside those injuries, is this head wound, is this head injury sufficient by itself to cause death, assuming that there's no immediate medical attention that Miss Wise could have received?
Yes, this one could have caused death.
Okay. Now, as we're sitting here, you've just described the injury. We've seen the photos. Let me ask you this. Did Miss Wise feel a high degree of pain as a result of this injury?
I want to take your approach.
Interesting questions. Judge doesn't want that answered. Maybe. Oh gosh, y'all, what is wrong
Take on
with
the
this?
different significance of the actual evidence in the case, they would go.
I mean, it's a little.
Okay. So here we are looking at exhibit number 120. What exactly do you see here, doctor, that's important to you?
This is a photograph of a wound.
Okay. And the next exhibit?
Y'all, I don't know where I was.
Again, that's the incised wound. You can see the bifurcation on the anterior neck. This is the incised wound of the neck. This wound starts in the front of the neck and goes around to the right side of the neck and to the right back of the neck. This is the incised wound at the anterior margin, and it's really bifurcated. Right here, you're seeing one margin of that wound. If we go to another photograph, I think you'll see that there's more than.
Yes, ma'am. Go to 131.
Right. So this is the wound margin when the head is tilted back, and you can see that there are two distinct lines, a V-shaped bifurcation of the anterior part of the neck where this incised wound starts at the front of the neck. You can see it goes full thickness through the skin, and then it goes around the side of the neck to the back of the neck. In this case, there are two wound tracts that merge. So there's two incised wounds that merge into one wound tract.
Meaning that there were two wounds, not one. This is not one continuous wound. This is two.
Two, yes.
And can you explain and describe for the jury how long each wound was, as well as the depth?
Yes. I believe I said it backwards before. So an inch is 2.54 centimeters, to give you, I think I said it backwards last time. But this wound in centimeters was 19 centimeters in length. And in inches, that would be 7.5 inches in length.
And the depth.
The depth of wound ranged from in the deepest part of that wound, it went to 1 1/2 inches. And in other areas, is 1 1/4 inches in depth.
Okay. At any point along that wound, did it approach or even touch the neck bone or any bone in the neck?
At its deepest margin on the lateral neck, you could see the cervical vertebrae at the base of the wound, yes.
And describe the amount of force that would have had to have been used to create those wounds that we're seeing here in Exhibit 131.
This would have been caused with a sharp force instrument. So it's a cutting, incised, sharp force injury. So depending on the wound and how sharp it was, it would depend on the force.
You mean the instrument? You said the wound and how sharp it was. You mean the instrument?
The instrument would have a sharp edge, yes.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so depending on the instrument and the sharpness of the instrument, it would depend on how much force it would take to create these injuries.
Okay. And what is the directionality of these incised wounds?
These wounds start on the front of the neck and end on the posterior part of the neck.
Okay. So front to back.
Front to back.
And if we could advance to the next slide. Okay. Now we're looking at Exhibit 132. Go ahead and describe this for the group.
So this is on the right side of the neck. This is where those two incised wounds have merged together and have created one larger incised wound. And you're looking at that wound gaping open on the right side of the neck.
Okay. And the next exhibit, 133.
Again, that's the incised wound. You can see the bifurcation on the anterior neck. And then on the right side of the neck, you can see that there is depth to this wound. You can see where it's gaping open. Those are the regions where it went the deepest on the right side of the neck.
Exhibit 134.
This is showing the wound approaching towards the back of the neck. So this is the right side of the neck, and the wound continues to the posterior right neck.
Okay. And exhibit 135. What are we looking at?
Because there's an inside wound of the neck, we want to see what things were damaged by that. There's obviously skin, soft tissue, and some muscular damage because of the sharp force trauma. But also we're looking at the vessels, what vessels would have been affected in the neck. In this photograph, you can see the forceps is holding up. This is the external right jugular vein that's completely transected. You can see the hole underneath the forceps, where the forceps holding it open. That's the jugular vein incised open.
Okay. And just a little bit more detail. What is the purpose, or what does the jugular vein do?
The external jugular vein, it drains blood from our scalp and face. It's draining it from our head in those regions and taking it back to the heart.
Okay. And and we're seeing here that the external jugular vein has been cut or severed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the amount of loss of blood that would have resulted from this wound?
Well, this wound, there would be quite a bit of blood loss from this wound, and this blood loss from this wound could cause death in and of itself if it's not medically treated.
Okay. And the next slide. 136 we're looking at here.
That's a close-up of that external jugular vein. You can see it better in this photograph. The opening there is the external jugular vein incised open.
Okay. Exhibit 137.
And this is the posterior neck. So you can see that this incised wound goes all the way around from the front of the neck, the right side of the neck, to the back of the neck.
And I want to return to the head injury for a second. Okay. As you know from the materials, the victim was found in near some vomit. Can you describe to the jury what would have caused the vomit?
Well, nausea and vomiting is not uncommon with head wounds and head trauma. So in this instance, that type of head injury could induce vomiting.
Is there a relationship between the victim vomiting and the loss of consciousness or the ability to stay conscious?
No.
And did you observe?
Could you ask and clarify that question and answer? I'm not sure I understood.
Okay. With respect to the vomit, okay, when somebody vomits, does that mean that can someone vomit in a state of unconsciousness?
Yes.
And did you observe any defensive wounds on Miss Wise's body?
I did not.
Okay. And based on the materials that you've read and your overall understanding of the case, based on your examination and your photographs and everything that you've described, can you tell the jury what can you tell the jury about the time of death in this case?
Time of death is it's a very difficult thing to determine. There are factors that we look at to see if we can narrow down a time frame. Basically, when we're looking at time of death, in a case like this where a body is found outside, we start with the window that's the easiest, which is when do we know they were last alive? When can we verify they were alive? And then when were they found? So that's the time frame we start with. As far as I recall, I believe she was last known to be alive around 8 o'clock the night prior. And then she's seen by a passerby close to 11 o'clock in the morning the next day. So that's our time frame window. And then we look at other factors of the body to see if we can make any determination of anything that we can narrow that down. One of the things that we look at is the stiffening of the body. Stiffening or rigidity or rigor mortis is when the body, after someone dies, because of reactions that are happening in the muscle fibers of the body is first flaccid, then it becomes stiff, fully stiff for a certain period of time, and then that stiffness goes away. Typically, under normal circumstances, that rigidity, it would take approximately 12 hours for it to become really full. So a person is really fully stiff, then it would stay about 12 hours. And then after that, it would go away in 12 hours. So in about 36 hours, they've gone through the whole range. She was seen there at 10:53. Investigator from our office was at the scene around 1 o'clock and noted that there was full rigidity. So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, on August the 24th, she was in full rigidity. Another thing that we look at when we're looking at the body is the lividity that we just discussed. The lividity is the pooling of the blood. The blood goes to where the lowest point that gravity is taking it, and it will stay there. And if it stays there and the body's not moved, it becomes fixed. In other words, even if we move the body after that, that lividity is not going to move. That usually takes somewhere between 8 and 12 hours. So in her case, at 1 o'clock, the investigator's there, she's moved, and her lividity is on the interior part of the body. So the next day when I do the examination of the body, it's still on the anterior part of the body, which means it was fixed there. So at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that was fixed. So if we look at those time frames, assuming that the rigidity is there at 1 o'clock and the lividity is fixed at 1 o'clock, it could be at least 12 hours from the time of her death, and it can be longer, up to 24, which we know it wasn't that long because we know that she was alive.
Before you continue on with your examination, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our
Mid-morning bathroom break for 10 minutes. Please remember, leave your notes on your chairs. Do not discuss the case with each other. Please proceed to the jury room. Feel free to use the restrooms, and we'll be with you in about 10 minutes.
Okay, with that, we're going to pivot to law and crime because I prefer their streams better. So we're going to come over to this tab. They are back from lunch.
Regarding this neck wound.
But wait, let me see. Hold up. I want to make sure I can boost the sound.
Randy Rodriguez.
What the heck?
The amount of loss of blood that would have resulted from this.
Hang on.
Well, this one, there would be,
Let's get back to. We take their morning break.
Is that sufficient to cause the death of Tania Wise? So if
Okay, here we go.
All right, and you may continue with the witness.
one final question regarding this neck wound. If you were to set aside the other injuries in this case and simply look and examine the neck wound on its own, by itself, is that sufficient to cause the death of Tania Wise? So if she did not receive immediate medical attention?
yes.
And part and parcel to your autopsy, is there a process by which a blood standard is collected?
At the autopsy examination, we do collect a blood standard DNA sample.
Okay, and what is the purpose of that?
It could be for anything, for comparison with other DNA, for comparison with evidence, for anything that might come up in the future.
Okay, so if investigators find a blood spot and they don't know the identity, would they be able to take the blood standard and then compare it to see if there's a match?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states number 144. Do you recognize this? And you can open it up if you need to.
This is an envelope that contains post-mortem evidence collection, Tania Wise, her autopsy number, and the date of the autopsy examination are on the envelope, and my initials are signed on this. So this would have been collected at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, and is that the blood standard of Tania Wise?
I can't see inside the envelope, but this would be an envelope that would be in. This is a DNA standard envelope.
Okay, is the packaging consistent with that being a blood standard of Tania Wise?
Yes.
Okay, and are your initials actually on that?
Yes.
Okay. Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition that it was in when it was collected on August 25th of 2018?
There are other initials and other tape on here that have been added since I did this.
Sure.
So it's been to other places, but the envelope, yes, is in the same type of condition. Yes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibit number 144.
Any objection? We'll move to evidence without objection.
Thank you. Okay, doctor, now I want to turn your attention to the baby, Josiah Wise. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 138 for identification purposes. What are we looking at here?
During the autopsy examination, as we open body cavities, we take photographs of things that are, any findings, internal findings. This is the abdominal cavity of Tania Wise opened, and that large object you see there is the uterus, the womb, and it is extremely enlarged because of a pregnancy.
Okay. And turn your attention now, and we'll move ahead to Exhibit 139. What is that?
This is a photograph of the womb opened up. The head of inside this amniotic sac, you can see, which is still intact. There's a fetus, a near full-term fetus. The head of the fetus is toward the birth canal, the vaginal canal, so it would be in a head first type of positioning, and it's a near full-term fetus.
Okay, so it was head first into the womb. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. In Exhibit number 140.
This is the baby after I've incised the amniotic sac and I'm removing the baby from the body. You can see that this is the same position it was in. Full-term child with no abnormalities noted. Full-term fetus with near full-term fetus with no abnormalities noted.
Okay. And Exhibit number 141.
This is the fetus, Josiah Wise, on the examination table. You can see that anatomically is well-formed male fetus. All the weights and measurements are consistent with the estimated gestational age of 38 weeks.
Okay. Exhibit number 142.
And this is the back showing there's no abnormalities, nothing abnormal about the development of this fetus.
Okay. And finally, the last exhibit is 143.
Again, this is examination of the fetus showing that it's well-formed. All extremities are well-formed. Hands, feet, fingers, and toes are all well-formed. Head and face are well-formed.
Did you weigh the baby and measure the baby?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your results?
The weight was 5.22 pounds, and the measurement was 20 inches in length.
Okay. Can I believe you said that there were no abnormalities? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your autopsy as well as your review of Ms. Wise's medical records, is there any indication that this was anything other than a healthy baby boy?
No.
This was a healthy baby boy.
Yes.
Okay. Did the baby live after Ms. Wise died, or did they die at the same time? Can you provide some detail on that issue?
At this gestational age, that infant, any infant or fetus inside the womb is dependent on the mother's blood flow for nutrients and oxygen. When the mother has died, that blood flow stops. So the infant doesn't die instantaneously, but as it's depleted from oxygen and blood flow, it would die after she died in a matter of minutes.
Okay. And what was the baby's cause of death?
Well, this was an intrauterine fetal demise, and it was an intrauterine fetal demise due to the maternal death due to blunt and sharp force trauma.
Okay. And final few questions. Based on your training and experience, could the head injury to Tania Wise have occurred before the neck injury?
It could have, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination. Thank you, Judge. Just very briefly. Ma'am, you said that you reviewed Ms. Wise's medical records.
Yes, I was given medical records to look at.
Okay, and did that include her records from her OBGYN?
There were some OBGYN records, yes.
Okay, and you were aware then at the date of her last appointment with her OBGYN on August 13th of 2018, that they estimated that the fetus was 31 weeks gestation. Is that correct?
I don't recall that from them.
Would you refresh your recollection if I showed you her OBGYN's records from that date?
Okay.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge? Thank you, Judge. You'll see the date right there.
Yes.
And then the
August 13th.
highlighted portion right there.
Gestational age. It does say 31 weeks.
Okay, so on Ms. Wise's visit to her OBGYN who had been monitoring her pregnancy the entire time, on August 13th of 2018, her OBGYN noted that the baby's gestational age was 31 weeks. Is that correct?
According to those medical records, that's what they put in their medical records, yes.
Okay, and that was her OBGYN for the entirety of her pregnancy, correct?
I don't recall, but possibly yes.
Okay, would you like to see all of his medical records?
No, thank you.
Okay.
If that was her OBGYN, that was her OBGYN.
Okay, and also on that record that I just showed you, the estimated date of delivery for the fetus was October 15th of 2018. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's correct or not.
Would it refresh your recollection again if I showed you the OBGYN's records that you reviewed?
I don't know if I reviewed those specifically, but you can show them to me.
Sure,
yes.
permission to approach the witness. Thank you.
Yes, it just says, it does say 10/15/2018.
EDD, estimated date of delivery, correct?
That's correct.
And ma'am, in your review of Ms. Wise's OBGYN's records, you learned that she had something called SVT.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what SVT is?
SVT is supraventricular tachycardia, meaning that the heart can go into a rapid beat.
And it can be potentially fatal for the mother and the fetus, is that correct?
It's potentially fatal, yes.
Okay, and that's why Ms. Wise's pregnancy was actually a high risk pregnancy.
That along with, I think that she had had a previous C-section also.
And just one final question. I think that you said this when you were talking to the state, but there was no independent injury to the fetus, correct?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Any further questions from the state?
The difference in gestational age of the child, does that affect the cause of death for the child?
No.
No further questions.
And may Dr. O'Neill be released from her subpoena at this time?
Subject to recall, sir.
You may step down subject to recall from the attorneys. Please be sure to have a contact number for them to get in touch with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break a little bit early now because the attorneys have some business to attend to outside of your presence to keep the case streamlined. And counsel, if we could get 12:45 suffice, we got done a little bit earlier than I thought. 12:45. So take your lunch break. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research whatsoever. Please leave your notes there. Let's aim at 12:45 coming back into session. Thank you.
Baseball sized blood clot, and that so they're closely monitoring her on medication, prescription medication to try to get all this under control.
How often does Ms. Lim visit the doctor?
She just was at the doctor's office on Thursday, and she's in contact with him daily.
She maintains daily contact with the doctor?
Yes, sir, they're monitoring all of her vitals.
Okay. And did Ms. Lim also have a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, sir, due to her lupus.
Okay. And did she miss a lot of work?
Get out from underneath my desk. Show me now. Back
Okay.
up.
Is she back to work, or is she still
Lay down.
FMLA duty?
She's out on FMLA.
Okay. Is Ms. Lim, based on all of the circumstances that you just described, is Ms. Lim able to report to court and testify in this case?
No, sir, due to the symptoms, her blood pressure goes up and down continuously, and she never knows when she's had an episode, and that's causing migraines for her, that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions.
All right, any argument from the defense as to the requested finding? For the record, as the attorneys know, we previously took our testimony along with another witness who's pregnant as well, in case there arose a circumstance where she's unavailable to perpetuate her testimony, or her testimony was perpetuated. From the defense, any objection?
Yes, Judge, we do object. Again, I understand the nature of the situation. However, this being a capital case, again, we have offered that the witness be able to testify via Zoom. I do not think that there has been a sufficient evidence laid that this witness cannot testify via Zoom. Her testimony would be very brief and short. She could come today or tomorrow on Zoom and be done with her testimony very quickly. So we'll leave it to the discretion of the court. And we've had no medical testimony of any person with, medical knowledge regarding her inability to, again, get on a Zoom. She's not hospitalized. To my knowledge, she is at home. And while under the care of her doctor, she is at home. And I don't know that anything's preventing her from, again, with the age of technology, getting on Zoom to do a very brief trial testimony.
Yes, sir. As authority, I would cite a case called Richardson versus 182 Southern 3rd 918. It's from the First District Court of Appeals in 2016. That case, the First District said that the witness who had delivered less than 2 weeks prior to trial and had been seen by her physician on the morning of trial and had told the prosecutor that she was in, quote, a bad way and having difficulties. The First District said that did meet the unavailability requirement under the forward testimony exception. This case is no different. In fact, what makes this case different is that Ms. Lim's medical condition seems to be worse, not better than the witness in the Richardson case.
I suppose I should note too, Ms. Lim has testified before me multiple times. I can't even count how many times. So it's not, I'm really not in any situation that she's have some kind of fear of testimony, which helps me make a finding that I find it's true. She's suffering from significant medical consequences of childbirth, fever, infection, uncontrolled blood pressure, and it would be inappropriate for me not to find that she's unavailable. So I will find her that she's unavailable pursuant to the rule as a predicate to allowing her perpetuated testimony to be played before the jury. When do you intend on doing that?
This afternoon.
Okay, let me know when you're going to do that. I would give the jury an instruction that the testimony was taken pursuant to a procedure as if it's part of the trial. It's perpetuated, and they should consider it as if it's taking place during the actual trial.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No objection to that admonishment, Judge, so long as we don't tell the jury the nature of the reason.
Right, I'm not going to tell them whatsoever.
Yes.
So then the only other question that I have is, so the perpetuation of her testimony is on a video that I have on a thumb drive. I marked that as an exhibit. I was just going to ask the court to move it in as a court exhibit. And then she admitted 3 photos, I think, and 3 swabs that were admitted during hers. They're the same exact exhibit numbers from the prior hearing that we already did, and I would just move those before I play her testimony is what what I planned on doing, but I don't know if the defense has any objection to that.
I have her admitting 7 things. So I have her admitting 36 to 39, which are pictures of the truck. And then she also admitted 33, 34, and 35.
36, 37, 38, 39.
Yeah.
3 swabs.
33, 34, 35.
Correct.
All right.
And then the USB, which is just a video of what we filmed.
All right, so that'll be what we'll do. The USB will come into evidence for the record as far as to memorialize what her testimony is. But let's be sure to separate it out from the other exhibits so that when we send the exhibits back to the jury, we don't actually send that exhibit back to the jury for the deliberations.
The perpetuation.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, because it's just like any other testimony. If they want to view that, they can.
Exactly. We don't want to just automatically send it back with the other exhibits. We have to separate it out. It's part of the trial record, but it's not an exhibit for jury deliberation purposes.
I believe it is exhibit 149. So we'll have to make a note, 149 does not go back with evidence.
Keep it in a separate
Once it gets to
place. In fact, you may want to even take it over to your office just to avoid that happening.
Okay.
Any other matters to address before we get started with the jury? I'm not sure if we have all the jurors in the back at this time.
Okay, with that, they're going to go to a break. So let's fast forward till they get to that point. Kara, Lola has transitioned into becoming a woman, and I was not prepared. And there you go. She's in heat. She's in heat. And Meat is very interested. I'm saving it for Wednesday's stream. We really had a exceptionally traumatic incident this weekend. I'm saving it for Wednesday's mental health stream. I need to hold on to it. So, yeah. I got issues right now. So, anyways, okay, back to trial.
So if you can come forward, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can have it that way, the witness stand.
Good afternoon, doctor. If you could you state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Ruel, R-U-E-L, Stossel, S-T-O-E-S-S-E-L.
All right, and obviously I called you doctor and you're wearing scrubs, but what do you do for a living? What is your profession?
High-risk OB.
And how long have you been working as a high-risk OB?
1993.
And where do you currently work?
I have a private practice in Palm Beach County and PJ Boulevard.
And how long have you had your own high-risk practice?
I'm going on 26 years now.
All right, and when you say high risk, what are you referring to?
Situations where the mother has underlying medical condition that impact on her pregnancy and or the fetus has a birth defect or something going on that makes the gestation high risk or the unborn child high risk.
All right, before I get into the particulars of this case, where'd you go to school?
SUNY Stony Brook, Long Island.
And what degree do you have from there?
MD.
All right, and prior to that, did you have to go to undergrad?
Yes.
And where did you attend undergraduate studies?
CUNY, Brooklyn.
All right.
City University of New York, Brooklyn, sorry.
And what was your undergrad major?
Biology.
After you went to medical school, did you have to do a residency?
Correct.
What additional education did you have after you attended school, and where did you do your residency?
Residency at State University of New York, Downstate Medical Center in Brooklyn, and Kings County Hospital.
And as part of your profession, do you have to undergo continual training and certifications to maintain all your licensing and ability to practice?
That's correct.
What do you have to do?
Take mock exams, review articles, research articles, etc.
And how many years has it that you've been practicing as a high-risk OB?
I finished my fellowship at Albert Einstein College of Medicine in 1993 after I completed SUNY Downstate OBGYN residency.
Now, in this particular case, did you have a patient by the name of Mrs. Wise?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And do you recall, or what are the circumstances of her going to your practice?
She was referred by Florida Community Health. We were a referral practice for high risk here in St. Lucie. She was referred for total OB care and planned for delivery.
All right. So were you her OB's UIN for the course of her pregnancy?
Yeah, correct. We were the maternal fetal medicine high risk obstetrical program that she was referred to.
And patients that have you as their doctor, how often do they come and see you?
Depending on the situation, anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, sometimes twice a week if they're very high risk.
And does patients that come to see you, do you maintain medical records for their visits and keep track of their care?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and did you do that for Ms. Wise's case? Did she have medical records?
Yes, she did.
And have you had an opportunity to review those prior to today?
Yes, I have.
At this time, the state would move in evidence by prior to business notification. State's Exhibit 151, the medical records.
No objection, subject to our previous discussion.
Subject to previous discussion and ruling, that item will come into evidence at this time.
All right, so you just testified that you are a high-risk doctor and you do get referrals out of St. Lucie County. Is that right?
All right, they referred to me for care.
What was the reason for Ms. Wise's referral to you?
It was a maternal condition of, she had a history of supraventricular tachycardia, or SVT.
And can you tell the jury what is SVT?
Basically means that the heart speeds up suddenly, and because this is going so fast, the blood flow patterns change. They can lose consciousness, have chest pains.
And based on this condition known as SVT, would that qualify her pregnancy as a high-risk pregnancy?
Yes, it does.
And did she regularly visit your office?
Yes, she did.
Did she ever miss any appointments?
No, she did not.
When she attended, or when she first was referred to your office, did she have to undergo a standard blood panel that you require of all your patients?
Yes, that's part of the process, but because she was a referral and not starting care with us, we were waiting for the final labs to be referred from the prior clinic. So we did not have all the labs at that time.
Did you eventually get all of her records?
When we found out that she didn't really didn't have the records, we ordered all the prenatal panels, we call it.
Okay, and in Mrs. Wise's records, was there any evidence of there being any drug use or anything like that?
Not I'm aware of.
Now I want to talk to you about ultrasounds. What do patients at your practice get ultrasounds?
It's a core part of our practice, correct.
All right, and based on your review of the records, did Ms. Wise have 6 ultrasounds with your practice?
I think it was 5.
You think it was 5? And 5, why would she have so many ultrasounds?
The initial screening ultrasound to complete the fetal anatomy and check on the baby's growth rate, and then serial ultrasounds thereafter to finish up the anatomy, continue to monitor the fetal growth rate, and make sure that the gestation is remaining healthy.
So I'd like to start with the first ultrasound. Do you have records that show she had an ultrasound on May 17th of 2018?
Yes, I have.
At that point in time, how far along was Ms. Wise in her pregnancy?
Based on the ultrasound that was given to us, she was 18 weeks and 3 days when we saw her on that date.
And as far as your opinion, any issues with the state of either Ms. Wise's health or the baby's health at that time?
She was clinically stable. It's just that she has these intermittent supraventricular tachycardia. The gestation as a size equal dates, and we did not see anything that puts the baby high risk for any birth defects or abnormalities.
So let's go to the next ultrasound. Are you showing that she also had an ultrasound on June 15th of 2018?
That's correct.
Okay, and how far along did you determine the pregnancy to be at that time?
She was 22 weeks and 4 days.
And is that showing consistent growth with the time of the last ultrasound leading up to this one?
Yes, that ultrasound composite was coming out at 22 weeks, 5 days. And by early ultrasound, she's 22 weeks, 4 days. And the size of the baby was appropriate, and we didn't see any birth defects.
All right, let's go to now July 13th of 2018. Did you also complete an ultrasound on that day?
Say the day again for me, I'm sorry.
July 13th of 2018?
Yes, we did.
How far along is Ms. Wise's pregnancy at this point?
26 weeks and 4 days by that early ultrasound.
And what is the state of both her and the baby's health at that time?
At this date, we completed the anatomy survey of the gestation, the unborn baby, and we deemed it to be no gross malformations. The unborn baby's growth rate was appropriate at 2 pounds 3 ounces at the 59th percentile. It seemed to be persistently in that 50th percentile zone for growth, which is appropriate. And she was doing well. We're just pending the cardiology evaluation because of the history of the SVT.
And I think that leaves us with 2 more ultrasounds left. Let's go to July 30th of 2018. Did you conduct an ultrasound of Ms. Wise at that time?
Yes, we did.
All right. And how far along was she, and what was the status of both her and the baby's health?
The gestational age was 29 weeks. By measuring the gestation was 29 weeks, 5 days by our ultrasound criteria, and the baby was growing at the 53rd percentile with an estimated weight of 2 pounds 15 ounces. Sorry.
And then the last ultrasound would be on August 13th of 2018. How far along did you determine the baby to be based on the ultrasound at that time?
Based at, 31 weeks.
And what's the status of the baby's health?
Amniotic fluid volume was normal. She reported normal fetal movements. The biophysical profile, which is a way of assessing the unborn baby by ultrasound, showed that normal fetal movements, normal breathing movements. Fetal tone was appropriate. So the baby got an 8 out of 8 for the biophysical profile, which is a good score.
All right. So from May 17th of 2018 up until the last ultrasound on August 13th, 2018, did she have a healthy growing baby?
Yes, sir.
Any indication that there was going to be any complications or any major things that you saw of concern?
At that time, no, but we're pending the cardiology evaluation of the mother's heart.
All right. Was there any indication to you that you saw that the child was not healthy?
By all our serial ultrasounds assessments, the baby was healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Sasso. I don't have any other questions.
Sir, you never received that pending cardiology report?
Because of her insurance, there's a delay. With her insurance, the primary care physician has to refer, and we had issues with them referring. So they eventually turned it over to us, and then we were able to refer on to the cardiologist.
Did you ever receive that report back?
Not I'm aware of.
No other questions for this witness?
Just one throughout the whole pregnancy. I know you testified to the beginning, but was there any ever indications that Miss Wise was using any drugs or anything like that?
Not I'm aware of, no.
No further questions.
Any further requests?
No, Your Honor.
May Dr. Stossel be released from his subpoena at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to releasing Dr. Stossel?
No objection.
Thank you, Doctor. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to leave and stay as you wish.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Kenneth Bear.
He sounds like a real reputable doctor.
Afternoon.
No.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Kenneth Barron, last name Barron.
Okay. And Mr. Barron, do you know an individual by the name of Jose Soto Escalera?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
We used to work together.
Okay. How long have you known him?
Prior to working together, total probably like 10, 15 years.
Okay. And did you work with him at Waste Pro in August, in the summer of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. During your relationship, how would you refer to him as? Would you refer to him as an acquaintance, a friend, a really good friend? Where would he fall within that spectrum?
Probably in between an acquaintance and a friend, co-worker. You know, I did hang out with him a few times, previous to Waste Pro.
Okay. Did you ever have any arguments with him or beefs with him or anything?
No.
Okay. Did you know the victim in this case, a woman by the name of Tania Wise?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met her before?
No.
Okay. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018. Did you have a conversation?
Okay. Objection. Did he have a conversation? Look at that look. Look at that look, guys. He's like, Judge, come on. What are we going to do? Well,
Overruled pursuant to previous court ruling.
okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll start over. Let me take you back to the summer of 2018. Did you have a conversation with this defendant, Jose Soto Escalera, about a gun, a firearm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury about that.
I completed my route when I was at the landfill in the truck. They had two different places you could dump the truck, on the hill or inside the building. So I was on the hill. He approached me on the hill and asked me about selling him a firearm.
Okay. And tell the jury about that. What specifically do you recall about that?
He asked me about selling him a firearm. I asked him Like, what kind of firearm are you talking about? Are you talking about a large gun, small gun? Like, what are we talking about? And he just said, oh, he just wants something, something small, something like kind of like off the record, not like sell him something I personally own. Like, he wanted something like off the street, kind of sort of.
Okay.
So I asked him why, because I know he has firearms. How he got them, I have no idea, but I know he had some. So I asked him, like, I was under the impression that he could legally.
I'll sustain the objection. You need to ask a question, make sure the witness is answering the exact question that you're asking.
Sure. Go ahead. You said, let me take you back. So you said that he wanted a gun that I believe you said you phrased it as off the records or off the books. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did he specifically say to you? Did he say that he wanted a ghost gun?
Correct.
Is that how he phrased it?
That's how he phrased it.
Okay. Tell the jury specifically and exactly what he said.
He said, I'm looking for something like a ghost gun.
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I said, I don't have anything to do with it.
I'll overrule the objection as far as what he said in response. You can answer the question enough. You answered it.
You can answer the question. I didn't quite hear what you said.
My response to what he said was, I don't have anything to do with that. Like, all of my firearms are legal.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't have anything illegal to sell. I don't know anyone that has anything illegal to sell. And I was trying to figure out why. Are you asking me that? Because I was under the impression.
Script, question and answer.
Yeah. Okay. So you didn't know why he asked you that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So here's my question. This homicide occurred, Ms. Wise's body was found on August 24th of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So as best you can estimate, when did this conversation occur with Soto Escalera regarding the ghost gun?
This was 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks tops. It was recent.
Okay. So 2 to 4 weeks prior to the homicide, the
Correct.
defendant is asking you if you can obtain a ghost gun.
Correct.
Okay. And why did he approach you? Are you a gun guy?
Yes.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Jury should disregard the answer.
Okay. So he approached you and that happened. So let me ask you this. What did you do for Waste Pro?
I was a route driver.
Okay. And are you familiar with the route first of all, are you familiar with your own routes? I would imagine you are.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you also familiar with the routes of the trash routes of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This victim was found on Johnston and Russo's Road, near the intersection of Johnston and Russo's Road. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. Did the defendant have a trash route along that area?
Yes.
On Russo's Road?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Sure, I think you said that you knew my client for a long time before you started working at the Waste Pro together, is that right?
Correct.
And you knew his wife, Deb Soto Escalera?
Yes, but I didn't know her a long time, though.
Okay, but you knew her,
I know her, yes.
right? Because Deb also worked at Waste Pro, right?
Correct.
Okay, she was a route supervisor?
Correct.
Okay, so that means she was over the people who drive the routes, is that right?
Yes.
Did my client have a person who rode in the truck with him?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Was it his brother Eric or his nephew Eric Alvarado?
That's what I was been told, but I don't know that, for sure. I don't know the guy.
Okay, understood. You said when the scene was starting to me that my client asked you for a gun, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but what he told you was that it wasn't for him, correct?
After I questioned him about that, yes.
Okay, so he said it wasn't for him, and he told you that it was for his nephew, correct?
Nephew, cousin, something of that nature.
And you were ultimately fired from Waste Pro, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that Deb had something to do with you being fired from Waste Pro, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
You didn't tell law enforcement that you believed Deb had something to do with you being fired?
A little bit, but not like it was all up to her, no.
Understood. No further questions, Judge.
Any further questions to the state?
No further questions.
May Mr. Barron be released from his subpoena at this time?
Yeah.
Any objection to releasing Mr. Barron from subpoena?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. And the state's next witness or item of evidence.
State would call Janine Hiller.
And face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go over to the witness stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Janine Hiller, and my last name is spelled Hiller.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene investigator and latent print examiner.
Right, and in order to be, I guess, what agency do you work for?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
And in order to be qualified for that position, do you have to have any special training or education?
Yes.
What is it?
So I have an Associate's of Arts degree from Indian River State College. And through my almost 12, almost 13 years as a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office, I have had numerous hours of training. Specifically, latent print training, I've had over 300 hours in friction ridge examination and forensic training in various forensic disciplines, over 700 hours. I'm a certified senior crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification and a certified latent print examiner, also through the Association for Identification.
All right. And were you working in that capacity back on August 24th, 2018?
Yes, I was.
And were you called out or responded to an area of Johnson Road and Russos Road out in St. Lucie County?
Yes.
Before I get into specifics or showing photographs, how would you describe that part of the county?
It is a very rural area. There's not a lot of housing in that direct vicinity.
And that would be north of Indrio Road?
To the north of Indrio, yes.
Close to almost the county line with Indian River County.
Yes.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your job when you get out to a crime scene?
As a crime scene investigator, when I respond to crime scenes, my primary role is to document the crime scene, analyze anything that might be in the crime scene, determine if it has any evidentiary value, collect and preserve that evidence.
And do you guys document the scene as it exists when you first arrive?
Yes.
How do you go about doing that?
Taking photographs.
Okay, now in this particular case, did you end up taking photographs?
Yes, I did.
Did you end up collecting evidence?
Yes, I did.
And also swabbing evidence?
Yes.
At this time, I have a package. It's been previously warned for identification. States Exhibits 40 through 102. If you could go through this and just let me know if you recognize these photographs.
Yes, I recognize all the photographs in States Exhibit 4D through 102.
How is it that you recognize?
I took those photographs.
These are the photographs of the scene as you saw it back in August of 2018.
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene.
Yes.
This time, state moving evidence 40 through 102.
No objection, Judge.
Those items will be admitted without objection.
So I'm going to publish those photos that you just went through, and I'm going to ask you to go through these with me. All right, for the record, we have States Exhibit 40. What are we looking at here, Ms. Hiller?
This is an aerial photograph of the area of Johnston Road and Russo Road intersection that I took from a helicopter.
All right, and which out of the two roads we have call it horizontal and one is vertical? Which road is which?
The road that's vertical, that's going off into the distance, is Johnston Road that's going towards the south. And then the road that's going towards the side of the screen is Russo's Road, and it's going towards the east.
So this road here, though.
Yes.
To the east. Bring up now State Exhibit 41. What are we looking at here?
This is the same intersection. Now we're looking towards the north. So that road that's going off towards the right side of the screen is the Russo's Road towards the east. And the one that's short vertically is Johnston Road towards the north.
States Exhibit 42.
This is an image depicting the intersection showing that it's Johnston Road and Russo Road.
States Exhibit 43.
This image is depicting Russo's Road looking towards the west, and beyond that tent area that you see is the intersection that was in the States Exhibit 42, the intersection of Russo's and Johnston Road.
So the stop sign way in the distance, that's going to be Johnston Road out there.
Yes.
And now we have States Exhibit 44.
This would be on Russo's Road looking towards the east.
States Exhibit 45.
This is on Russo's Road looking towards the southern side of the road.
States Exhibit 46.
This is also on Russo's Road, pointing towards the east where we started to see some portions of the victim.
All right, and so are you able to see where the victim is located in this photograph?
Yes.
Where's that?
The victim is located on the southern side of the road. So that would be the right area of the road in the grassy area. And there's a blue area that's within the green grass. That is the start of the victim.
And again, before they go any further, we are adults here. These are crime scene photos, so please prepare yourself accordingly. If you do not want to see, now is the time probably.
You're referring to is right here in this photograph?
Yes.
States Exhibit 47. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This is just some of the overall pictures that we tend to take whenever we are documenting a crime scene. This is the victim still looking towards the east. You can see her head is to the east, her feet are to the west, and that's on that southern side of Russo's Road.
Now we have States Exhibit 48. What do we have here?
This is a photograph depicting the victim on the southern side of the road. I am now in a different position. I'm standing on the road looking towards the south, taking like just an overall picture to document the scene.
States Exhibit 49. Same question.
This would be from the east looking towards the west, showing the overall condition of the scene. You can see the victim still there in the kind of in the center of the picture. And this is looking towards the west.
And we have now State's Exhibit 50.
This is just a closer up photograph of the victim prior to us moving her or doing any examination.
And then we have State's Exhibit 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
This is just the overall condition of how we find the victim and how, how she is looked in the conditions that she was found in.
Did you notice anything in her hands when you examined the victim at the scene?
Well, initially we were only able to see her left hand, which was clenched in a fist. You can kind of see there, and it appears to be grasping something, but we don't know exactly what's in that hand.
So I think we're at State's 52. What are you trying to show with this photograph?
Again, we weren't able to move the victim just yet. So this photograph is just depicting what we can see without moving her. We can start to see from this image that there's some form of injury on her neck. We can see some blood and a little bit of the cut injury that's there.
And what we have now is State's Exhibit 53. How do you guys go about moving a victim at the scene, and I guess what's that process?
Every scene is different. For this particular scene, once the medical examiner investigator arrives on scene, we put a bag, it's a body bag, so that white material that is underneath her up next to her so that we could roll her directly into that body bag and contain any possible evidence that might be on her backside. And she's just placed there for us to begin our initial examination.
Were there any immediately obvious injuries once you were able to move the victim?
Yes. So in this image, it's depicting the victim. This is exactly how she looked once we rolled her from that ditch area onto her back and into the body bag. You can see there's an injury to the right side of her neck.
And then we have State's Exhibit 54. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a photograph of her right hand, which was underneath her body when we initially arrived. So just documenting the condition of her hand, and it's also closed into a fist and appears to be grasping something, and the hair tie that's on her wrist.
And we now have State's Exhibit 55.
This is more just documentation of the condition that she's in once we take her from the way that we found her, and documenting anything that we see.
State's Exhibit 56. What was the purpose of this photograph?
Again, we're just documenting the hands, the conditions of the hands. She's got her left hand now also is grasping, appears to be grasped. We don't know if there's anything else in there, but it is clenched into a fist grabbing that grass.
State's Exhibit 57.
This is kind of showing a position where we can start to see another injury on the left side of her neck, kind of around her collarbone.
State's Exhibit 58.
And this is just moving in closer to depict that image, or that this image depicts that injury that we can start to see on the left side of her neck.
And then we have State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So in the center of this photograph, there is material that we believed.
I mean, I'm going to ask more questions. I know what the objection is.
You're withdrawing the question, asking another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
In your work as a crime scene analyst, have you ever had the opportunity to come across vomit?
Yes, I come across all kinds of bodily fluids, to include vomit, feces, urine, blood, saliva, and semen.
Based on your experience and what you've worked with in the past, was there anything significant that you saw in this photograph that you felt you needed to make sure you documented?
While on scene, we observed the material that was in this hole where the victim's face was laying was consistent with bodily fluid that's consistent with vomit. So we documented that along with the blood that was there.
And this area that's in the center of the photograph where you can see a reddish color, where was the victim's head in reference to this?
Directly inside that little concave hole that's holding all of that material, that liquid and the white liquid and the red liquid.
And what was the condition of the victim's clothes when you took her out of the swale on the side of the road?
A majority of her clothing was wet. In some of the photographs, I don't know if you were able to notice, but like the middle portion of her pants were pure dry, but then there was areas where you could see that they were wet. The front side of her was wet. Her hair was wet and matted. And then her clothing was, especially her top was very wet, and then her face and hair were wet.
What was the condition of the ground where she was found?
So she was kind of in a swale or ditch, so it was also wet. You can see the glimmer of some of the water just below that little hole where you see the white material and the red material. So you can kind of see the glimmer of the water that's there.
So now I want to go with State's Exhibit 60. Looks like we're now starting to see some markers in these photographs. What are these markers?
The cones that you see depicted in this photograph are cones that we placed to identify any kind of specific evidence that we wanted to document, because we don't know when we're there, what's important and what's not. So we place markers for evidence that we want to document and possibly collect.
All right, for cone A in this photograph on State's Exhibit 60, or let me go actually to State's Exhibit 61. What was of significance that you observed for State's, for marker A?
This image is depicting tire impressions that we observed on the ground from the road, which is the left side, onto the grass. So that would be the grass is on the southern side of the Russo's Road, and like this image would be towards the east.
And I'll go with State's Exhibit 62. What is this?
This image is depicting a close-up photograph of those tire impressions that you observed with the photo marker A.
And State 63.
Also depicting that same tire marks with the photo marker A.
All right, now I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 64, and then I'll go up to State's Exhibit 65. What are you documenting in State 65?
This area is, again, on the southern side of Russo's Road, kind of looking towards the southeast. And here is documenting a flashlight and some hair that is hanging from the tree and also on the ground. So the first cone, the one that's closest, I think it's B. That is the flashlight, and the cone further away, more in the ditch, is C, and it's marking hair.
And would this be State 66, a close-up of B?
Yes.
And then we have State 67. It looks like now we've moved on to cone D.
So this is kind of a little bit to the east of that area where you saw B and C on Russo's Road. Again, looking to the east, cone D is marking that mark that's in the ground there right in front of it.
And what I'll do is I'll pull up State's Exhibit 68. What are we looking at in State 68?
Just the disturbance in the gravel and the divot that's different than everything else around it.
I'm going to go to State's 69. Are we just showing more markers?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 70. Is this the same thing?
Yes, so this is looking towards the east, kind of marking everything that we're finding directly around the victim, who's in the center of the screen at the top.
All right, we're at State's Exhibit 71. Which marker are we looking at now?
This marker is photo marker number or letter F, and it's the start of a tire impression that was observed in the grass that goes from the grass area into the dirt on the road and into Russo's Road.
So we're now looking at marker G on State 71.
So F, G, and H, which we have in a line. You don't have F in this particular image, but is marking that brown area that looks like a tire was driving there.
And are you referring to, is the furthest cone to the left, the brown area that's between those two cones?
Yes.
I think we're state 73.
This is just the same area documenting all the cones that are within the vicinity of the victim. We're marking the tire impression that's there between G and H, a cup, and some beer cans that were around the victim's body.
Go through states 74, and then I'll go to state 75, states 76. What are we looking at in 76?
This is a paper napkin that was on the ground just to the left of the victim's body, a little bit ahead to the east of her head.
As the crime scene investigator, when you arrive on the scene, do you know all the facts?
No.
Most of the time, do you not have very much information at all?
Correct.
So
I don't have a lot of information ever.
So do you collect everything that you see?
Not necessarily everything, but we do a lot of documentation and collect a lot of material from most crime scenes.
So we'll go to States Exhibit 77, States Exhibit 78, States Exhibit 79, States Exhibit 80, States Exhibit 81, States Exhibit 82, States Exhibit 83. The photos that I just went through, what are you documenting in these?
Just all the photo markers and cones, with the exception of, I think it was States Exhibit 82 and 83. Everything was on the south side of the road, except for that. The Coke Zero bottle was on the northern edge of the road, but we just document all those cones and all those items so that we know what is there.
So now we're going to pull up states 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. What are we looking at in this photograph? Cone U.
Let me check my report. That's just a disturbance in the grass area that was noted that it was knocked down and in the dirt. So it was photographed and documented.
And then we'll go to States Exhibit 94, States Exhibit 95, States Exhibit 96. What are we looking at in States 96?
This is a photograph depicting photo marker V as in Victor, and it's a condom wrapper that was located close to the intersection of Johnston and Russo.
States Exhibit W, or States Exhibit 97, photo marker W. What are we looking at here?
This image depicts photo marker W, also very close to that intersection of Johnston and Russo, and it's a T-shirt that was located on the side of the road.
All right, and then we have States Exhibit 98, States Exhibit 99. Is this the same shirt?
Yes.
And then we have States Exhibit 100, States Exhibit 101, then States Exhibit 102. What are we looking at in 102?
This is the area to the west. So standing on Russo's Road, looking towards the west, the intersection of Johnston and Russo, showing the conditions of the weather and the intersection and everything that we see. You can start to see this is more towards the afternoon because there's some storm clouds there in the sky.
So now I want to talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you collected. When you collect physical evidence at a crime scene, what are the other tests that a crime scene investigator can do to those items? Or at least prepare for them to be tested by someone else?
You're asking what will I do with them once I take them from the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. So once we collect evidence as crime scene investigators, we can take them back to our lab and we can examine them for biological fluids, which would include the blood, saliva, semen, and urine. Anything that might help us with our investigation. We can process it for latent fingerprints. We can collect DNA swabs from it. We can take clippings from it. We can do all kinds of things depending on what the item is.
And are you able to do fingerprint examination?
Yes, I am.
Did you examine items for fingerprints in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also swab items for DNA in this case?
Yes, I did.
This time I want to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 7. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I recognize States Exhibit 7 as I have labeled it in my handwriting. DNA swabs, top portion of flashlight, PMB.
All right, so you testified earlier there was a photo marker that there was a flashlight that was found in the grass?
Yes.
And did you swab that flashlight for DNA?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is that what States Exhibit 7 is?
Yes.
At this time, State would move States Exhibit 7 into evidence of 7.
Got a motion into evidence without objection.
Now, I want to ask you some items about, and before I ask you about, did you do fingerprint analysis? How is it that you're able to do fingerprint analysis?
As I said earlier, I'm trained as a latent print examiner. I am a certified latent print examiner through the International Association for Identification. To become a certified latent print examiner, you have to have education. Depending on your level of education, you have to have a certain number of years in the field. For my level of education, I had to have a minimum of 3 years of work experience as a latent print examiner. I have to go through 2 years of supervised casework while I'm in training or doing on-the-job training, in addition to all my classroom hours of training. And that was over 300 hours. And then once I meet all the qualifications for testing, I have to take a test. It's a 200 question test that I have to get a 85% or better to pass the first portion of the test. And then I have to do a comparison portion of the test, which I have to get 100% and make 13 correct conclusions.
And have you testified in court as a fingerprint analyst before?
Yes.
So in this particular case, did you process 10 separate items that were found on the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would those include 5 Bud Light beer cans, 2 Budweiser beer cans, a Coke Zero bottle, and a plastic cup?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain anything of evidentiary value from any of those items?
No, I was not.
All right, and what does that mean?
It means that I just wasn't able to obtain fingerprints from those particular items. Latent fingerprints are an unintentional recording or recording of digital or friction-rich skin on your fingers and palms or on the soles of your feet. And those fingerprints being left can be affected by the conditions of the item when you're touching it. It can be affected by the conditions where they are left.
Not sure why they approached. I didn't see her asking anything that should have been approachable.
I guess conditions that can affect
and
whether or
the
not you get
coffer.
fingerprints off of a certain item.
Yes.
Okay, and can that be the condition of where the item's left?
Yes.
For example, if it's left outside
Yes.
in the rain or exposed to the elements,
I'll state the objection to the last form of the question.
can the elements or the weather have anything to do with the condition of a fingerprint?
Yes. Fingerprints are mostly water, 98 to 99% water. So they are subjective to the conditions that they are in.
So from the items that you found, you didn't get any fingerprints.
Yes.
Now I want to ask you, did you also attend the autopsy on August 25th of 2018 of Miss Wise in this case?
Yes.
And was that autopsy performed by Dr. Linda O'Neill?
Yes, it was.
As the crime scene investigator, what is your role at the autopsy?
At the autopsy, my role was to document, again, take photographs, document, and collect and preserve any evidence that we had found or collected during the autopsy.
And did you collect evidence at this autopsy?
Yes.
At this time, what I'd like to show you has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, I recognize State's Exhibit 9, labeled as DNA Baby Boy Wise, and it's labeled in my handwriting.
All right. How do you go about, I guess, collecting a particular item of evidence in general?
It varies from item to item and what we're collecting and what we're doing. For this particular one, this is a blood standard, so the blood is taken from the person and placed on a card with 4 little circles of the blood.
All right. And this is the blood, in this exhibit, this is the blood from baby boy Josiah Wise from the autopsy.
Yes.
At this time, they're moving evidence to mark for identification. State's Exhibit 9. The evidence is 9.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
All right. What I'd like to show you is, did you also take swabs related to the victim's body during the autopsy?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to provide you with the State's Exhibits 10 through 20. If you could go through 10 through 20 and just let me know if you recommend these.
Hi.
Yes, I recognize all of these items.
All right, then I'd also like to show you what's been marked for identification in State's Exhibits 21 through 25. Same questions. Can you let me know if you recognize those items?
Yes, I recognize State Exhibits 21, 22, and 23, 24, and 25.
All right, so on August 25th of 2018, you attended the autopsy of the victim, Tanya and Josiah, correct?
Yes.
And was a sexual assault kit performed on the victim, Tanya, at that time?
Yes.
And does that include taking vaginal swabs, rectal swabs, and oral swabs?
Yes.
And is there also done swabs of the victim's both hands of her fingernails and then also hairs pulled?
Both hands, some of the fingernails, pulled head hairs are part of the sexual assault kit. And then, what was the other thing you said?
Was there also hairs that were observed and taken and placed into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so as far as States Exhibits 10 through 25, are those the hairs and swabs that you just described?
Yes.
Okay, did you package each one of these items?
With the exceptions of the ones that are in these envelopes, these are part of the sexual assault kit envelopes, which are, I did collect these from the medical examiner's office, but I didn't personally put them there.
But you were present during the autopsy, you collected them, and that's what's in those bags?
Yes.
At this time, the state will move into evidence which will mark for identification as States Exhibits 10 through 25.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you also conduct, or were you also present when a search warrant was conducted at 2613 Cactus Circle on August 31st?
August 31st?
Were you present for a search warrant at 2613 Cactus Circle?
Yes.
And what was your involvement for that?
I was there to document, much of my job is documenting, taking photographs. So again, that's what I was there for, to take pictures and assist with collection of evidence if any was located.
All right, and did you collect any evidence during the execution of that search warrant?
Yes.
What did you collect?
Some clothing, some vacuum filters, dryer filters. That's all I can think of at the moment.
And I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification in States Exhibit 26 and 27. Do you recognize those items?
If these people don't stop coughing in my ear.
Yes, I recognize 26 and 27.
How do you recognize those items?
I recognize them as my handwriting. State Exhibit 26 is hair from inside back of blue, underwear from Cactus Circle. These were not collected as part of the search warrant, but on a few days after the search warrant, when I was actually examining the clothing that was collected from that search warrant.
So you were present at the search warrant. There was clothing items collected, and these were hairs that you pulled off then from that clothing?
Correct. And then States Exhibit 27, in my handwriting, that's here, in my initials on the tape, that's here, as hairs from the back of gray blue underwear from Cactus.
This time the state would move to mark for identification is 26 and 27, and evidence is 26 and 27.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
Did you take any DNA standards in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you take the DNA standard of one person by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes, I did.
This time I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 8. If you could let me know if you recognize States Exhibit 8.
Yes, I understand. I recognize States Exhibit 8 as DNA standard buccal swabs of Eric Alvarado. It is in my handwriting, date and time of collection, and my tape and signature.
I don't think. Can you tell the jury how do you take a buccal swab?
A buccal swab means to take something from the mouth. So we take cotton Q-tips for the simplest form, stick them in the mouth, rub them around, collect saliva and skin cells from the inside cheek, and then place them into a container to protect them.
Is that what you did with that?
Yes.
Is that taking the American Alvarado?
Yes, it was.
Okay, this time stay moving evidence is marked for identification is 8 and evidence is 8.
No objection.
That item will come into evidence without objection.
Were you also involved in a search warrant of a Dodge Ram on September 24th of 2018?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and did you, perform that search warrant by yourself or with someone else?
With other people.
Who else were you with?
Donna Carmichael and Detective Jason Cannon.
If you could just describe for the jury, what is the process that a crime scene investigator goes through when searching something like a vehicle?
Our process is always take photographs. We document everything that we do prior to us touching it as we move along. So with something like a vehicle, we'll take photographs of the exterior of the vehicle from the front, the side, the back, the passenger side, just to document how we find it. And then we'll go to the inside of the vehicle and do those same kind of photographs, take photographs on the inside driver, the rear driver, the rear passenger, and then again on the the front passenger, just to document the condition of the vehicle that's on the inside.
And are there ever an occasion as a crime scene investigator where you use something that is referred to as Blue Star?
Yes.
What is that?
Blue Star is it's a blood reagent that is used to help us find or visualize latent blood, meaning hidden, we can't see it.
Under what circumstances do you use Blue Star?
Anytime that we would have a suspicion that we might be looking for blood or want to try to find possible blood.
Did you end up using Blue Star in this particular case?
Yes, we did.
And how do you, explain for the jury, what's the process? How do you use it? How do you get it onto a surface?
How do I use it and what was the last part of the
How
question?
do you get it onto a surface? How does it work?
So the chemical is mixed the day that we decide that, that we're going to use it, on whatever it may be. We can use it on a variety of things. The chemical is mixed in a spray bottle, so we can spray that chemical onto the object that we're looking for latent blood. We have to work in the dark because this particular chemical creates a chemiluminescence reaction. So we have to work in a dark area. And if we find possible blood, we'll get a reaction that emits light for us to see and visualize, and it's going to be like a blue chemiluminescence or luminescence that we will see. So we'll set up our area. We're in a place where we can control the lighting. We have a camera set up ready to take photographs for whatever we may see or not see.
All right. Did you do that for the Dodge truck in this particular case?
Yes.
Did you also collect items of evidence, straight up? If you use Blue Star and you see a section that's lit up, what else do you do? What's the next step?
We take photographs of the area that we see, as we are applying it. And then if we find an area of reaction where we get that chemiluminescence reaction, then we will remove that section or swab that section, cut the section, collect the whole thing if we can. Depends on what the object is.
All right. And what's the purpose of doing that? Why do you take it or why do you swab it?
So that we can send it for testing to see if there's any possible DNA and get confirmation whether there is blood and if it's human or not.
For the search warrant of the truck on September 24th, did you document that with photographs?
Yes, I did.
And at this time, I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 103 to 115. If you could look through those and tell me.
Yes, I recognize the photographs, States Exhibit 103 to 115.
Is that photograph that you took during the search warrant?
Yes.
And then does it also show the documentation of you using Blue Star on the defendant's vehicle?
On the Dodge Ram, yes.
On the Dodge Ram? This time, stay moving out, marked for identification. States Exhibits 103 to 115.
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
All right, for the record, we have what's been entered into evidence now as State's Exhibit 103. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of that Dodge Ram in our evidence bay where we conducted all of the documentation and the application of the Blue Star. This is a front photo of that Dodge Ram and just kind of depicting how I'm finding it on that date. So I simultaneously will work around the vehicle, showing the front, the sides, the rear the best I can, and then the other side.
All right, and before I go through all the photographs, I want to talk a little bit about, I guess, where are we in the photograph? Where is this photo taken at?
This photograph is taken at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's in the crime scene processing bay. It's a secure bay that we have access to in our evidence custodians.
All right, now in this particular search of this car, did you collect items of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What I'd like to do is show you first, I'll show you what's been marked for identification in State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 29?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize it?
I recognize it as it's labeled section of carpet from driver's side in my handwriting. And again, with my initials on the tape here.
Same question as to State's Exhibit 28. Do you recognize 28?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize 28?
This is a section, or this is a set of DNA swabs collected from behind the driver door handle, and it has my initials on the tape here and here.
All right. So when you did a search warrant on this car, did you swab multiple parts of the vehicle to see if you could get any DNA to send out for DNA analysis?
That was done post application of Blue Star based on where we had reactions.
All right. So items that you pulled during the execution of this search warrant were based on what you saw from the Blue Star?
That is correct.
So for State's Exhibit 29, why did you take this section of carpet from the driver's side?
Because we had a reaction in that area in the carpet, so we collected the whole area to be sent out for possible testing.
And I'd like to now show you also what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 30 and 31.
I recognize State's Exhibit 30 as being the driver's side seat cover from Dodge truck. I recognize it as my handwriting. My initials are here on the tape. And then State's Exhibit number 31 as my handwriting labeled as driver's side visor. And my initials here on the tape.
And then same question for State's Exhibit previously marked for identification as 32.
Yes, I recognize this, the State's Exhibit 32 as labeled in my handwriting section of front driver's seat belt and my initials here on the tape.
All right. So for those items, the seat belt, the sun visor, why did you take those items from the truck?
These were collected post application of the Blue Star. Anywhere that we observed a reaction with the Blue Star was collected or swabbed.
So at this time, the state would move into evidence with marked for identification as State's Exhibits 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
And then what I'd like to show you again is State's Exhibits 155, 156, 157, and 158. Do you recognize those items?
I recognize State's Exhibit 155 as it is labeled swabbing from tarp of armrest, and my initials are here. State's Exhibit 156. I recognize as it is labeled driver's door armrest at pull bar and my initials here. State's exhibit number 157. Labeled as driver's door panel top edge of storage area, and then my initials here on the tape. In State's exhibit 158. DNA swabs from the seatbelt buckle, date and time of collection, and then my initials here on the tape.
Right. Are these items that were also taken during the search warrant of the vehicle?
Yes.
And these were swabs that were done by you?
Yes.
At this time, the state removing evidence to the mark for identification of state's exhibits 157, 158, 156, and 155.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those items will come into evidence without objection.
So let's go back to the photographs that you took. So State's Exhibit 103 for the record, you've testified this is the truck that is the subject of the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay, then we have 104. What are we looking at?
These are the photographs of me just working around the Dodge Ram truck. So this is the driver's side vehicle from me standing at the rear.
All right, now we have State's Exhibit 105,
This is the rear of that same Dodge Ram truck.
State's 106,
The passenger side of the Dodge Ram truck.
State's Exhibit 107,
The front passenger hood area of the Dodge Ram truck.
State's 108.
This is a photograph depicting the interior driver's side area of the Dodge Ram truck.
All right. State's 109.
This is a photograph depicting the same inside driver area of that Dodge Ram truck. If you would like, I can get up and.
If you could.
This is after the application of the Blue Star. And then here we see the chemiluminescent blue color that you see there is that reaction to the Blue Star.
All right, and then what I'd like to show you, if you want to just stay here for one moment.
Okay.
So we have State's Exhibit 111. This is State's Exhibit 111 now that we're looking at. What do you see of significance? And I guess who is the person that's in that photograph and what are they holding in their hands?
This image is depicting, again, that driver's side area of that Dodge Ram. This person here is the crime scene supervisor, Carmichael, and she is holding the bottle of Blue Star that is being applied to the driver's seat of the vehicle. We're working inside quarters there. Here, you see that chemiluminescence reaction happening on the driver's butt area and a little on the center console.
All right, what I want to do is I want to go back one picture to, I guess, 110. So previously you showed us in this photograph, there was an area where you saw the Blue Star illuminating. What do you do with that section? What is the next thing that you did?
For this type of material and this particular vehicle, we determined that it would be best to just remove that whole carpet area out of the vehicle and send that whole section to the lab for testing.
All right, now if we go to the next two photographs, is this State's Exhibit 110? Has that piece of carpet then been removed?
Yes, so you can see the interior portion of the Dodge metal is exposed now, so we've removed this whole section.
And is that the same carpet that we just was admitted in evidence at State's Exhibit 29, the piece of carpet that you identified as getting from the search warrant?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 111, and now we go to State's Exhibit 112. What has happened now in this photograph?
Again, due to the material, we decided that we would just remove the whole seat cover, the bottom, and the backing to send to the crime lab for possible testing.
And so what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 112 is that the driver's side seat cover that was taken that was previously entered as State's Exhibit 30.
Yes.
All right, and now we have State's Exhibit 113. What is the significance of this photograph?
This photograph is depicting the driver's side door during the application of the Blue Star. Here, Blue Star does react with the iron in the in the blood, so we will get a reaction on metal surfaces here. And then we have some chemiluminescence reaction happening here along the door, on the handle, behind the handle, and then down.
All right, so Blue Star does react with metal.
Yes.
So on metal surfaces, it lights up.
Yes. But
There's not metal surfaces on all portions in this picture.
Correct. In the areas that I just identified on the driver pull bar, on the armrest, in that storage cubby area, there's no metal.
States Exhibit 114. What were you, I guess, attempting to show with this photograph?
This is during the application of the Blue Star on the driver's side headliner and sun visor area. So there's some chemiluminescence reaction happening here and then along on the visor.
All right, and previously entered into evidence, States Exhibit 31, the sun visor from the Dodge Ram. Is that the sun visor that we've already put into evidence of States 31?
Yes.
And now we are looking at States Exhibit 115. What are we looking at here?
This image is depicting, I'm actually in the truck, and this image is depicting the driver's side seatbelt. It's been pulled down to show the chemiluminescence reaction happening on the seatbelt here.
And in States 115, was that section of the seatbelt removed from the Dodge Ram?
Yes.
And is that the section of seatbelt that's previously been entered into evidence of States Exhibit 32 that I just showed you?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hiller. If you want to go back to the witness stand. Alrighty. Did you return to that Dodge Ram again on January 8th for the purpose of collecting additional evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that?
Tire impressions. So to collect known tire standards to send for comparison against the images that I had taken of photo marker A at the crime scene.
All right. What process do you use in order to take samples from the Dodge Ram?
For this particular case, we did two process. We collected some ink standards of the tires and then some mat boards that the tires rolled over the mat board and depressed the tread into the board for the tire examiners to compare.
And would you do those for each tire?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification. I don't know if it's easier for you to stand up or however you want to do this. But we got States Exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you want to look at those and tell me if you recognize these. If you want to pass them to me. Here's one.
I don't remember that's an inked impression of. I recognize States Exhibit 1 as a rear passenger ink impression from the Dodge truck. It's in my handwriting. States Exhibit 2 as a rear driver ink impression from the Dodge truck in my handwriting. States Exhibit 3 as rear passenger known tire impression Dodge truck, also in my handwriting. States Exhibit 4 as the front passenger known tire impressions from Dodge truck in my handwriting. My initials are on all the tape here. States Exhibit number 5, rear driver known exemplars in my handwriting. And again, my initials on the tape. States Exhibit number 6, front driver tire exemplars from Dodge truck. That was a mouthful.
All right, so States Exhibits 1 through 6, are these the standards you took of that Dodge Ram truck that we previously just saw photographed?
Yes.
Okay, so what is inside of this brown envelope?
It's board. It's kind of in between like cardboard and foam, and you can, it will, the weight of the truck will depress the tire tread marks into the board.
This time they still moving evidence. This is marked for application, States 1 through 6. Good evidence is 1 through 6.
No objection. Those items will come into evidence at this time without objection.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Judge. Maybe you said that the blue star reacts with hemoglobin or the iron in hemoglobin, right?
Yes.
Okay. And hemoglobin can be present in other substances in the body other than blood, is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
For example, let me ask it in a more clear way. You can have blood in your vaginal fluid, is that right?
You could.
Okay. Not just when you're menstruating, but say you are having sexual intercourse. It could cause you to have blood in your vaginal fluids.
Yes, you could have blood during intercourse.
Okay, and likewise, you can have blood, which contains hemoglobin, and then the iron in that hemoglobin in your saliva too, correct?
If you have a wound that is bleeding, yes.
Or periodontal disease.
There'd have to be blood.
Right.
There'd have to be blood.
Or any type of gum injury.
Yes, any kind of injury.
Now, when you searched the truck on September 24th, 2018, I think you said that was pursuant to a search warrant at the Cactus Avenue residence?
The truck on September 24th?
Correct.
That was the search warrant just for the Dodge Ram at the sheriff's office.
Okay, I'm sorry. The truck was at the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Okay. When you did that on the 24th of September, where had the truck been prior to that search?
At the sheriff's office.
It had remained at the sheriff's office the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. From what date?
The truck was collected August 27th of 2018.
Okay, and remained at the sheriff's office, to your knowledge, until September?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
May you direct the state?
No, sir.
May Ms. Hiller be released from her subpoena at this time?
Subject to recall.
You may step down subject to recall from the attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the time for our mid-afternoon bathroom break. Let's take a 10-minute restroom break. Please leave your notes on your chair.
I like that how he says we're going for a restroom break. He doesn't make any bones about it. He's going for a restroom break. Leave your notes on the chair. All right, let's jump back in. I'm trying to find a way for Hector to watch the game tonight. So if y'all see me, I'm listening, but I'm trying to find a way for Hector to watch the Texans game tonight while he's at work. Bless his heart. He needs his Texans. You think we read the book Everybody Poops? Yes, that was one of your books as a child. Yes, I got the link. I sent it to Dad. Thank you.
Jury's entering.
Jury's entering. He has showed no. Yeah, because that's what I was saying. It said an hour. The Texans game tonight, Cindy. Hector likes watching his Texans, and man, I'm telling you, these I've never used blue blockers, but my sister-in-law gave me these. I love them. I ordered me blue blockers.
What's happening?
I ordered blue blockers for computer use because I did not realize how well Astros. Okay, all right, baby. Mommy will check that out later. I just got to get Dad up and running, you know.
Affirm that evidence you're about to give will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Sure, Mark Chapman, Chapman.
Okay. And Mr. Chapman, what do you do for a living?
I'm a firearms examiner.
Okay. And where do you work at?
I work at the Indian River Crime Laboratory here in Fort Pierce.
Okay. And how long do you work there?
Since February of 2005.
Okay. And do you also have experience doing tire impression comparisons?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and describe that experience to the jury, please.
Sure. In October of 1999, I was hired by the Indiana State Police Laboratory in Indianapolis, Indiana, as an IBIS technician. That's a computer database for firearms components. I worked at that capacity until January of 2004, and that's when I began training to become a firearms examiner. And that training lasted until January of 2005. I was hired by the crime laboratory here in Fort Pierce in February of 2005. And I continued as solely a firearms examiner until 2008. And at that point, I was accepted into the footwear and tire track training program. It was over in Largo, Florida at the National Forensic Science Training Center. And the training was provided by Ron Smith and Associates. So an individual from their company came and taught the class. And essentially it was set up with a combination of in-class meetings and then remote working back at the laboratory. So we would meet up for a total of 4 weeks during the whole course. And we went over collection, preservation, documentation, comparisons, and courtroom testimony, all related to forward and tire track evidence. I think it totaled about 400 hours in all. And in July of 2009, the training was complete. And then before I was allowed to perform casework at the laboratory, I had to be competency tested. So that's basically, I was provided with mock cases essentially that are footwear and tire track related. I had to work the cases and successfully complete those before I was cleared to work actual evidence casework.
Okay. And tire track evidence, go ahead and explain that in a little bit further detail. What is the purpose of that?
So for a tire track exam or comparison, the idea is they're trying to compare an unknown to knowns that are provided. So the unknown would be the track at the scene. So a tire leaves an impression at the scene. It could be in the dirt. It may be on the pavement. That is somehow collected by the agency. And in the process, if it's done properly, they'll photograph the impression if they're going to take photographs of it with a scale in the photograph. And I'll talk about why that's important later. So that's submitted. So that's your unknown. And basically what that means is at the scene, and when it's given to me, I don't know the origin of this tire impression, right? It's just left at the scene. So what the agency will do is if they find a suspect vehicle, typically they would roll the tires themselves. So essentially you would impound the vehicle, and then there's different ways to do it, but the most common way is to get pieces of mat board or like really dense cardboard, and you would ink the entire circumference of the tire, and then you roll the tire across the mat board, and it leaves an impression. It's kind of like a stamped impression, but you're rolling the entire circumference, and you get the impression on the board, and then those boards would be submitted to the laboratory. So I have my knowns. So I have test impressions from the vehicle tires. So we know what vehicle those tire impressions came from, and I'm asked to compare it to the unknown, the photograph from the scene. So what I do is I take the image that's given to me, and with that scale, what I can do is then I can print that photograph life size. So I put it into a photo editing software, and I basically tell it to, if I say this is an inch, then change everything to 1 inch. So when I print it, that tire impression, that photograph of the tire impression is the same size as it was when it was taken at the scene. And this allows me to compare it to the knowns. And those are life size as well. They're taken directly from the tire, right? So what I would do first with a comparison is I'm going to look for class characteristics. And class characteristics are characteristics that I can use to either include that unknown impression or exclude. With tire, class characteristics would be the width of the tire, the number of ridges and grooves. So ridges is the part of the tire where the tread element exists, and in the space between is the groove. So some tires may have 4 ridges and 3 grooves. Some may have 5 ridges and 4 grooves. And the width of the tire will change. And then the shape of those elements within the ridges are different shapes. So those are just class characteristics. So for example, if you went and took your car to get new tires, you're going to get 4 the same tire. They're all going to be the same class, right? They're going to be the same size, same width, and all have the same tread elements. Let's say, to give you an example of a class difference, let's say you've got your full-size pickup truck, and then you have a compact car. They're going to have very different size tires, right? So those are different class tires completely, just solely based on the width of the tire. So that's what I look at first. I have to see, okay, do these class characteristics match up between the unknown and the known? And if they do, then I would take one step further and look for individual characteristics. But if they do not, then I could exclude the tire if the class was different.
Okay. And how many tire track comparisons have you done over the course of your career?
But the tire track examination was sunsetted a few years back, so I think I did a total of about 60 to 70 comparisons.
Okay. Have you ever testified in court regarding tire track comparisons?
Yes.
How many times?
It's only been probably 2 or 3 times now.
Okay. And have you, did you conduct a tire track comparison, in this case, the state of Florida versus Jose Soto Escalera?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show, if we could publish state 62. We're looking at state 62 and then 63. Okay. Do you recognize those photos?
Yeah. So that's a copy of the photograph that I used to conduct my comparison.
Okay. So that's your unknowns, correct?
Correct. Yes.
State 62 and 63.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has already been entered in evidence as states 1 through 6. You recognize those?
Just look at my markings.
Absolutely.
On the outside of each of the packages, there's the lab number, the item number, and my initials. So inside would be the mat board containing the known tire impressions.
Okay. And are these tire impressions that were taken from a silver diagram?
I couldn't tell you where they were taken from. They were submitted to the laboratory.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
So you get these tire impressions and then you compare it to the unknowns. Is that correct?
Correct.
And describe in specific detail your comparison. I know you touched on it a few minutes ago, but if you can go ahead and describe in specific detail your comparison.
Sure. So as you can see, there's a scale in the photograph. So what I did was I tightened it. I got rid of basically all the extra gravel and grass that doesn't contain the impression. And then I adjusted it to life size. And then I actually printed it onto a piece of acetate, clear acetate. So you have a transparency type comparison if it's going to happen. So you have the unknown on the clear acetate. And what I did was I laid it over top the inked impressions on these mat boards. And so initially I have to look to see if class is in agreement, right? And in this case, it was not. So it was a different size. The width was different. The known tire impressions were wider than the unknown impression.
Okay, meaning that the vehicle that left these impressions right here is excluded.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it a better way to say excluded than the vehicle that left these impressions did not leave those tire tracks?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
May Mr. Chapman be released from his subpoena at this time?
He may.
Any objection to releasing him? Thank you, Mr. Chapman. You're released from your subpoena. You're free to stay or leave as you wish.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
So the tire impressions did not match, is what I got out of that. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I think he said the tire impressions did not
Can the
match.
state may call his next witness or put on an item of evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would play the previously recorded testimony of witness Kayla Lim.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the testimony of a witness was previously taken by the attorneys in my presence in this courtroom on a previous date and preserved for purposes of this trial. We call this perpetuated testimony. This perpetuated testimony is about to be presented to you, and you should consider it just as you would live testimony, and you may proceed.
Your Honor, during the played testimony prior to playing it, the state would just move into evidence. State's exhibits 33, 34, and 35. They're the swabs from the passenger side of the Dodge truck, as well as state's exhibits 36 through 39, which are the photographs of where those swabs are taken, which will be detailed inside of the video.
Any objection?
Okay.
Those items will come into evidence at this time.
The city will call Kayla Lim.
If you raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
And if it is so, just watch your step. When you're ready, tell me to do it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could, please state your full name, spell your last name for the record.
My name is Kayla Lim, last name is L-I-N-B.
How are you employed?
I work for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked with the San Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
for 12 years.
And if you could, what is your job title and what duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am currently the crime scene supervisor.
And what may your job duties entail as a crime scene supervisor?
I oversee the work of other investigators and our crime scene assistants to ensure that we're processing various crime scenes with the most proficient and professionalism that we can.
And do you have any training experience that allows you to be able to perform those duties?
I do.
And what is that?
I have 686 hours of crime scene training in the classroom. I have a bachelor's degree in criminalistics, and I also have 160 hours of fingerprint training as well.
Now, as far as this particular case that brings us here today, were you working for the Sheriff's Office back in August of 2018?
Yes, I was.
And what were your job duties at that time?
I was a crime scene investigator at that time, working general crime scene investigations.
And on August 25th, 2018, did you provide assistance to another crime scene investigator?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
I assisted Cesar Vasquez on the scene.
And did you also provide assistance to another time scene investigator that also worked on this case?
I assisted my supervisor at the time, which was Donna Carmichael.
And the assistance that you provided to Donna Carmichael, what did that entail?
I assisted her with processing a silver Dodge truck for DNA.
And where was the Dodge vehicle processed?
It was located in the sheriff's office parking lot.
And you say that you processed that vehicle, what exactly is it that you did?
I swabbed various areas on the passenger side for areas of possible DNA.
If you could, can you explain the process that you go through and how you swab the DNA?
So we use a sterile swab. So it's kind of like the Q-tips that you use to clean your ears or remove makeup from your eyes. It's in a sterile packaging. The package is opened while wearing gloves. I then use a sterile drop of water and put one drop onto the sterile tip. And then I swab the area of interest for several seconds. And then I place that swab back into the packaging, which then goes inside an envelope and is submitted to evidence.
And where was the truck located at within the sheriff's office?
It was located in the parking lot.
So what I would like to do is I'd like to show you what's been marked for identification as states exhibits 36, 37, 38, and 39. If you could take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, you do.
And how is it that you recognize those photographs?
These are photographs of the vehicle that I assisted with processing.
Is this the vehicle as it looked on that day, August 25th, 2018?
Yes, it is.
And this time state would move into evidence, which was marked for identification, states exhibits 35 through 39.
No objection.
Those items become evidence at this point. Now, you described this vehicle. The vehicle that you described, did you then go inside and swab different parts of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Right. And once you have collected the swab, what's the next process in the investigation?
They're sealed and submitted to the evidence unit until they're decided whether they're going to go to the lab for testing or not.
Okay, how does that process work as far as you swab the vehicle? What do you do with the swab? How do you put it into evidence?
So it's sealed with evidence tape. An evidence voucher is created and submitted as the paper trail for the said evidence. And then our evidence unit takes the item in and stores it until it's ready for trial.
All right, what I'd like to show you now has been marked for identification that states exhibits 33, 34, and 35. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize those exhibits?
My handwriting is on the envelope, and I also have signed the evidence tape indicating that I have sealed the swabs.
Are these the swabs that you took back with CSI Carmichael back on August 25th of 2018 of the Dodge truck?
Yes, they are.
This time the state moving notice was marked for identification states exhibits 35, 34, and 33.
No objection. Those items will come into evidence at this time without objection.
All right, so what we have now on the screen is going to be States Exhibit 36. And if you could, and you don't have to stand up, just, what is States Exhibit 36?
This was just a general photograph to show what the vehicle was that we were processing.
Okay, so this is the Dodge truck that you processed on the 25th?
Yes, it is.
And where at the sheriff's office is this located?
It's located on our west side parking lot of the sheriff's office.
All right, so does the sheriff's office have primarily two main parking lots?
We do, and this is in the secure area.
And if we could now go to the next States Exhibit, which would be States Exhibit 38. What are we looking at in this particular photograph?
It's a photograph of the front passenger area.
And is there any area in this photograph that you swabbed, in which you then collected as a sensitive library tested?
Yes, I have.
Okay, where in this photograph did you swab this truck?
When I approach so I can point to it.
Yes, and you would bring the corresponding exhibit with you.
Okay, so for this picture, it was going to be this pull-up bar right here, and that's going to be exhibit 34.
So states exhibit 34, you swab the pull-up bar?
The pull-up bar right here, yes.
And what is the process that you do to get the swab?
So again, we'll take the sterile Q-tip, as we call them, the cotton applicators. It takes 1 drop of sterile water. I use a clean set of gloves, and then I would do all sides of the handle and then place the swab back inside the packaging, which then gets placed inside an evidence envelope and then sealed into evidence.
And now I'd like to switch to states exhibit 37 for the record. What are we looking at in states exhibit 37?
This is a picture of the front passenger door.
And do you see a portion in this picture that you swabbed the?
Yes, so this would represent me swabbing the door handle.
And is, what you pointed to on the screen is that the black door handle?
Yes, it's the black door handle.
Okay, what states exhibit did you swab the black door handle?
That's going to be exhibit 35.
So states exhibit 35 is the swab for the passenger front door handle?
Yes.
And for the record now, I will switch to states exhibit 39. What portion of the vehicle is looking at states exhibit 39?
This is a photograph of the rear passenger area.
And do you see an area in this photograph that you also swabbed for the other particular things?
Yes, for this I swabbed the pull-up bar and the rear passenger area.
And what is the state's exhibit?
Oh, sorry, rear passenger door. Sorry, my bad. It's this one. Sorry, it's this right here to pull the door. Sorry, I apologize.
So as far as the state's exhibit, what number are you holding?
33.
So state's exhibit 33 would be a swab of where this photograph.
This area right here, so the door pulls, so what you would use to pull the door shut.
So after you pulled the swabs in this case, you placed them all into evidence?
Yes, I did.
And then subsequently, are they then sent to laboratory for analysis?
These 3 swabs are yes.
And outside of this, after you did this, did you have any additional involvement in this case?
I took a photograph of an item that was requested back in January of 2019. It was a car jack, but that was the only other involvement I had after this.
I don't have any other questions at this time yet. Cross-examination?
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Do you still need me up here? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, right, like right here. You know, you can sit down. Ma'am, you're aware that my client voluntarily brought his truck there to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he voluntarily gave consent to search that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Any further questions? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. Ms. Shepard.
That was a little hard to listen to.
The state's witness or item, they will call Christopher Newman.
Yeah, that last one was really hard to listen to. It was real hard to listen to that testimony.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to deal with is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Yeah, they're zipping through the people. They're zipping through them.
Good afternoon. If you could please state your first name, spell your last name for the record.
My first name is Christopher. My last name is Newman, Newman.
All right. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently a detective / bomb tech with
I
the state
know.
of Florida's Criminal Investigations Division.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before doing that job?
Yes, I started with Fort Pierce Police Department in 1999, and I worked road patrol and undercover investigations. And I was a training officer Then I went to the state alcohol, tobacco, and beverages. I worked there for about 4 years. I made a lieutenant. And then I worked for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and during your time with the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, what were your job duties with them?
I started off at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office on road patrol. And then I went to I can't remember the name of the unit. It was basically like a street crimes unit. And then I went into criminal investigations.
Okay, and is that what most people refer to as the detective?
Yes, sir.
And do you get assigned to criminal investigations?
Yes, sir.
What job duties were you working with at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for this particular case? What was your involvement? What was your relationship to this case?
I was the lead detective for this case.
Now, as the lead detective, what are your job duties? How do you first get involved, and then what do you do once you get assigned a case?
I first got involved when we got called out to the scene, and there were several detectives there, and whoever the supervisor is picks who's going to be the lead detective. So you don't know until you get there. I was picked, and then you pretty much start running the investigation and supervising other detectives and assigning out duties to do.
All right, so in this particular case, did you have the opportunity to go out to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where was that?
It was on Russo Road, I believe it was.
All right, and as the detective, are you out there picking up evidence? What do you do when you get to the crime scene?
Once I got to the crime scene, we do a walkthrough, just get an overall sense of what's going on in the crime scene, and start sending out the text to do interviews with any witnesses.
All right, so as a detective, you want to talk to people that may have information about the case.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Now, as the detective, did you learn as to whether or not the victim in this case, Tania Wise, had a boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who did you learn was her boyfriend?
A Bradley Rodriguez Jr.
Now, in addition to Bradley Rodriguez, did you learn of any other male individuals that may have had contact at some point with the victim, Tania Wise, in this case?
Yes, sir. There were several. There was a black male named Mark Burke.
Okay, who's that?
That was apparently another boyfriend that she had in between two different instances of dating Mr. Rodriguez.
All right. What about someone by the name of Giovanni Alvarado?
Yes, he was supposed to be somebody that she knew and would talk to.
Did you learn of the existence of someone by the name of Eric Alvarado?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Mr. Escalera's cousin, I believe.
Could it be his nephew?
Nephew, yes, sir.
And then did the name Jose Soto Escalera come up?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when that came up, did you request to conduct an interview with him at the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we did.
All right. Back in August of 2018, did the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office have a interview room?
Yes, we did.
And was it capable of recording interviews?
Yes, it was.
Video and audio?
Yes, sir.
And did the defendant come in on August 25th, 2018 to do an interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that video recorded?
It was.
Prior to today's date, have you had the opportunity to view what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 150?
Y'all see
Yes,
me
sir.
smiling.
Can you
I love
recognize that item?
videos. I
do.
love interrogation videos.
This is
cam.
the thumb
I'm all
drive that I viewed
excited.
because I
Okay.
also initially dated it.
Tone it down, Sheila. Tone it down.
At this time, the state would move in evidence which was marked for identification as State's 150, but I would ask for everyone to approach.
Uh-oh. They're all going to approach first. Okay.
Evidence at this time without objection from the defense. And ladies and gentlemen, the item that you're about to consider, listen to, review, has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited and that you notice it has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider the evidence. And you may publish the item.
Sounds on my computer. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, I got to adjust the sound. I want to make sure the sound is good on this because I know I hate these things when they're in these rooms and you cannot hear anything. They sound horrible. And I got to go put some more olive oil on my lips because they're so dry.
I get some basic information out of the way first. Spell your whole name for me. J-O-S-E. S-O. S-O-T-O.
Yes. See it. 1012 76.
Your address?
2613 Southwest Cactus.
Cactus.
Yeah.
DSO?
Yes.
What's above them?
772 200 6163.
Obviously, you work your way pro, right?
Yes, sir.
How long you been there?
I just started back. I would say like 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
Room, so I was a driver for independent delivery services.
So you were the driver of one of the trucks?
Yes, sir.
For the contractor, right?
Yeah, for the contractor. Yeah.
Who'd you work with?
Ricardo Pizarro.
So you got a nickname?
PG.
Anybody else?
Honestly. Bradley, that used to be my helper.
Bradley? What's Bradley's name?
Bradley Rodriguez.
Okay, do you do anything in your spare time for like, what's your hobby?
Ride motorcycle.
Yeah, motorcycles? What kind of motorcycle?
Gixxer 1000.
Street bikes?
Yeah. Street bikes.
You working on yourself? Or?
Yeah. I don't know touch them. Unless it's motor wheel, then I'm bringing something else.
Electrical Ireland?
Huh?
Electrical Ireland?
Depending what it is.
You ever hook up other people's bikes?
Yeah, it's been a long time ago. It's been a while since I got it.
Alright, so are you friends with Bradley?
Yeah. They look up to me. I'm like an uncle to them.
Do you have a nickname?
Who?
You.
Joselito.
Joselito? That's you?
Yeah.
Okay. So you and Bradley friends, you still stay in touch with Peachy too?
Yeah. I seen them this Friday that dispatch at the gas station.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did you know a Tanya?
Yeah, Brian's girl.
Yeah. How'd you know Tanya?
Well, he was the one that introduced her to us. And we started coming back around.
Do you guys hang out after work or anything? No, just he just.
He did his own thing. I never hung out with him like that. Kids are hard. Yeah, we just worked after work. You know his route home.
So how'd you meet Tanya?
Through Bradley.
Through Bradley?
Yeah.
Where'd you meet her at?
They came over our house in an apartment that me and my wife used to live. Right here in St. Lucie, West Florida. We had a Christmas.
That's the court.
Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. See, I thought I was going to get up for a few minutes. What is happening?
So is it a defense witness that?
It's a defense based witness. I think they're calling your partner Rivera here. Mr. Rivera, you've been listed as a witness in the case. There's a rule that's been invoked called the rule of sequestration.
Uh-oh.
Witnesses in the case, even if you're going to be a penalty-based witness, if you get there, you can't be present to hear the other testimony. I'm afraid you're going to have to leave the courtroom, sir. Is that correct, Judge?
That is correct. Also, don't watch any media reports of the case.
Uh-oh. Oops.
What about the other people that are with them?
I don't know who they are.
Oops.
Are you a
We
witness?
can vote
Okay,
before we did yours.
Are you also, she's a witness in the case?
Yes. What's her name?
Gladys.
That's last name?
Gomez Rivera.
Do you want to check the hallway for anybody else on either side of the case, or you're comfortable with that?
We're good with our witnesses
Okay.
are fine.
Are you a witness in the case, ma'am?
No, I'm just for the defense.
Okay.
All right, so you folks need to exit at this time, Mr. Rivera and the young lady.
Thank you.
Ooh. They should have known better. Y'all,
All right, well, that's actually kind of
we're almost 4
better
hours
news than I
in.
thought. I thought you were going to say that you're playing the wrong tape or something like that. The wrong one went into evidence and we couldn't unring the bell to something. All right, let's bring in the jury. We'll continue. Okay.
4 hours in, and they finally noticed somebody sitting in the audience that shouldn't have been there.
So that works out perfectly. It takes us just about to 5, right? That's the remainder of the interview?
Yeah, there may be a couple blank spots, so it's not the full hour.
Okay.
Let's see, I might be able to turn it.
Lola, be quiet. I think you're in a bad mood. Lay down somewhere.
To bring them in whenever they're ready. Just let us know when they're coming in.
Bring the jury. Let's get them in here. Lola, stop. Go lay down somewhere. Okay.
Trying to say her real name, I couldn't get it out. Ramada.
Yes, Ramada. Ramada. I can never pronounce it either.
Did you ever keep in touch with Tanya?
No, sir.
No?
The only time we talked was when her son came over our house, because I have a 9-year-old. She used to drop him off, and he would stay with us for the weekend. That was the only.
So you did watch her kids sometimes?
Yeah, because he come hang out with my son, so, we take him for the weekend, and then she would come back and pick him up.
Remember her son's name?
Jamar.
So you just watch them every weekend?
Yeah,
Once in a while, or?
It went, in the beginning, she was bringing him, and then it just stopped. I don't know.
How would she get in touch with you for bringing them over?
She would call, or, she would call my phone or let Bradley know or whatever.
How would you describe Tanya? Like if you had to describe her to somebody, like personality-wise, and who she is, what would you say?
She was pretty mellow, I could say, but kind of crazy. I don't know. Talking ghetto talk.
Did she?
She used to strip. That's what it was. She was a stripper or something like that. I never saw her, so I don't. I just can move out what people say.
Where did do you know where she used to strip at?
No, sir.
How long you been married?
You get this right, so I'm gonna kill me. 2.5 years now.
Were you married before, or?
No.
Do you have a kid with anybody else?
I have several kids. I got 4 boys.
And 4 boys. What are the ages?
What's Jose's name? I want to say 25. Jose's 25, Damien's 24, Joel's 17, and 8 is 9.
It's a big spread, man.
Yeah, pretty well a little bit.
That's start, man.
I started when I was young with the first 2. I was like 15.
Different moms, or?
Yeah.
All 4? All 4 different ones?
No, 3.
Which 2 have some?
Jose and Damien.
So 25, 24,
Yeah.
close to them.
Yep, that was my first search.
Is everybody local here, or they live anywhere else?
No, they're around. Just like I don't speak to them like
You have a Facebook account?
Yeah, I have a Facebook.
What's your name on your Facebook?
To be honest, I don't even know how I was on here. I don't even know. My wife's the one that looks all this shit up. Like, when I look at it, I'm like,
Yeah, you should show it.
when it comes to shit like that, I'm not a genius.
boots, I'll see. I'm not a genius, but it's like a, Jose Escalera.
Science, I don't remember, I don't know.
You get a request on here or the most?
I don't like, I tell you, I'll be honest, yeah, I'm not the smartest with that shit. My wife's the one that sometimes post shit for me.
You share an account or?
No, she got her and I have mine. But like I said, I don't.
You don't mess with it?
Yeah, I just hit like and be nosy and shit like that. But I want to post and I let her do it for me. But she showed me 50 million times.
I was like, but I don't even have one, man. I can't even. Are you friends with Tania on there?
No, sir.
You're not?
No. How many people I have in this friendly? A couple of friends. Not too big on that Facebook stuff.
Were you ever friendly with Tania?
Not on Facebook, no. She never remembered.
When she would come over, excuse me, when she would come over, did she ever talk about, besides Mark, any other work besides for Mark and Bradley?
No, sir.
Do you know Giovanni or Gio? Gio. Got a brother named Javi or Javier?
I know two Gios. One's a mechanic.
Do you know his name? Or?
I don't know what Gio you're. Because the only Gio I know is Ichi's son.
Ichi's
That's Giovanni Rivera. That's the only Gio that I know.
That's Giovanni Rivera?
Yeah, and then the mechanic Gio. I just know him by Gio, but I don't really know him.
That's, well, Giovanni Rivera is Peachy's son, right?
Yeah. So yeah, okay.
How old?
22, I think.
So you got a brother?
Jacob, yeah. Jacob. That's Ichi's son too, yeah. Little guy.
They live around here?
Yeah, they live in the same house.
Mechanic Gio.
His son, he fixes Hondas and stuff like that, but I don't really know too much about him.
You know, how old is he?
So older guy, I want to say he's in his 30s, I think.
30s. You know where he's from? Like
He is here, I guess.
Here, but did he live anywhere else?
I don't know.
You don't know? Not all my
They're from Puerto Rico. We all Hispanic. That's where we already come from. So I'm trying to get in the
Okay. How long have you had that phone number you have? Long time?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
When was the last time you think you talked to Tania?
Tuesday, Wednesday. She was supposed to bring your mom over Friday.
Meaning yesterday?
Yeah.
You talked to her on the phone or?
Yeah, it was on the phone. I talked to her on the phone. She had, what was it she asked me? She was asking about your mom. If he can come over.
Tuesday? What's that?
I think it was Wednesday.
Would it be on a phone call?
I always delete everything. So unless they want to look on my phone bill, that's fine. Yeah, it was Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Cause it was Wednesday. I spoke to her Wednesday and Thursday. Matter of fact, because I remember telling my wife when I got home, I said, hey, guess who phoned to bring your mom where he can come over.
What time did you speak to her on Thursday?
I want to say it was after 8.
After 8?
Yeah. Because I was home having dinner. Can I grab that?
Yeah. What is that?
My wife freaking out. I'm so nervous right now. I don't know why.
And when she called you Thursday, around 8 at home, we have dinner, what'd she say?
No, she said, you guys are gonna be home, so
She texted?
No, she called me and said that tomorrow wants to come over. I said, all right, cool. That's fine, man, because I'll pick up AJ. I'll have AJ. And that was it. It was fast. I wasn't even on the phone with not even 3 to 5 minutes, something like that.
What time did she get there with your mom?
She never showed up.
She never showed
No,
up?
she never did. And I'm glad I didn't tell my son, because last time, my son was kind of buttered. Oh, when is he coming over? So I just stopped. When she brought him then, he was there. She was supposed to bring him this Friday. She never called or nothing.
Did you reach out to her?
No.
When's the last time you fixed this motorcycle?
Shit. I was working on one of my buddy's Pete's bike.
Pete?
Yeah, but that shit. Matter of fact, they stole his bike, and then they recovered it, brought it over to my house, and then took it back because it was too much. I guess he salvaged it, so I don't know what happened after that.
How long ago was that?
About 2 months ago, I want to say.
Let me kind of just put this on the table. What we say in here is between us and here. Understood?
Yes, sir.
I'm not telling your wife anything. Okay? If you don't want to say certain things because you think it's going to get back to your wife or something like that, I mean, this is just us talking. I'm just saying here. Because a lot of guys maybe sometimes with contact with other females, whether there's something there or not, their old lady may get a little jealous, so they may not tell the exact whole truth because they're trying to, so when they go home, they got to sleep with that other girl that night, and nobody wants drama.
Trust me, I hear you.
Okay, y'all. I have to stop and laugh. This officer is trying to pull some info out of him. He's like, we ain't going to tell your wife. Just tell us. Give up the goods. We're not going to tell. And I have to keep my thing muted because Lola is she's a dog. She's being a bitch.
So, did you have any other involvement with Tania?
No, sir.
Not other than just watching her kid?
Bring Jamal over. She hung out with us. Ready to come over. And then leave.
His house isn't fixed away? Yeah, you ever on anybody's house and fixed away?
When you do fix bikes, is it just in your garage? Or
Yeah, they bring it to the house, change the tire, stretch it, or stuff like that. But she's never seen me work on anything. She probably heard that I know how to fix it, but never do that.
Oh, she used to dance, right?
Yeah, she was a stripper, that's what I'm saying.
That maybe you were the father of the child. There's no chance.
Nothing to do with that.
Absolutely positive. No way. No way. No way.
And suddenly we turn into Maury Povich.
I
Surprise,
was
you're the
doing something
father.
like that. I'll take responsibility for it. That's what happened with my first two.
So you've done it before, right? Well, take responsibility.
Yeah, I got 4 kids from 4 exactly different kids, so if that was the case, but.
Would you have a problem giving a DNA sample to rule you out as the father of that child?
I don't care.
Would it be an issue?
So what were you doing Thursday night?
I was home. I went to fix a friend's battery. It was loose or something like that on his car, and I fixed it.
Who's the friend?
Andre.
Andre?
Yeah. Figueroa.
Figueroa used to work with?
Yeah. It was a gray
Mitsubishi.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you do that
At his house.
Where's that?
Right there. I just know how to get. I don't even know how to get on the street.
Is it in Fort Pierce or Fort
No, it's close to Lucie, actually on the street from here. On Sundays.
On Sundays? And you were there from what time?
I want to say 8 something. I was there for like an hour. 20 minutes because I remember I was getting fucking big on mosquitoes.
So What time was it when you got home?
Like 9, almost 10 o'clock. Yeah. I don't know exactly. I wasn't really keeping track of times.
At that time, did you call anybody or?
No.
Use your phone or anything like that?
So you work on cars and that one?
Yeah, I was taking the battery with loose or something. Something wrong with it.
You around?
Oh, yeah, it's the terminal is loose.
Are you friends with any guys at your work? Are you friends with any of the guys that work yet? I mean, you've only been there a couple months.
Yeah, I know them from before, but I'm not tight. Like I said, I just go to work, do my job. Can't even try to get out. Because my wife is a supervisor where I work. I saw, Jose getting favoritism, so I don't like to hear none of that shit.
What do you drive?
I drive a railroader.
No, I mean for a personal vehicle.
I drive a truck.
What kind of truck?
Not Ram truck.
What year?
05.
What color is it?
Right.
Do you ever run your truck out to anybody?
Mm-hmm.
You never run it out?
No, I haven't. I don't.
So you don't know, I mean, the only two Giovanni's or Gios that you know would be, one would be Peachy's kid, which he lives here. He's got a brother named Jacob, and the other one's an older guy that fixes Hondas.
Yeah.
And you don't know where he's. And you would have asked Tanya to come over and dance.
Where am I gonna do that? My wife's like me like flies on shit. My wife gets a fit if I don't call her from here to where I live at. Give me a heads up, you're coming home, shit like that. So,
So you wouldn't try to arrange something for two guys?
what am I gonna get out of that?
Well, shit's about to get real. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why we brought you in. Because Tanya's dead.
What?
Because Tanya is dead. We found her deceased Friday. And we've been interviewing everybody that has contact with her, so we're trying to iron out everybody's stories. Because there are a lot of things flying around, people saying stuff about other people. And
it's always like that. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Wow.
So that's why I'm saying, woo!
That's crazy.
Right now we need to be, I mean,
I got nothing.
like I'm saying,
Yeah, it's kind of critical.
If anything between, even if there was, like I said, if there was nothing that you think is going to get you in your old age trouble, we're not saying nothing, right? Because we want everything to come out now and be open.
I know what you're getting.
That we don't care about petty stuff like that.
No, she's the one that's how we know about her. Listen, I'm trying to keep my life straight. I've been through some shit. And the last thing I need is any shit like this or whatever.
What kind of shit you've been through?
Just shit in general. Just with my kids and, trying to get, I started going to church, so,
So you're trying to turn your life,
do the right thing. And so far, everything's been good, so.
Did you know she was pregnant?
Yeah, probably.
Did you ever know her to lie?
She made up some shit. She like using guys that I know, because she used the shit out of my helper. Just manipulate him, You try to tell him, don't be falling in love with no stripper. You know what that shit is all about? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Learn the hard way. So, little stupid shit like that. They used to get into little arguments, but can't get in that shit, man.
And who's that with Bradley? Do you think she was manipulating Bradley?
Always asking him for money and shit like that, using his car.
Did you ever see them get into a fight?
I seen them argue before, over the phone.
Anybody get into a physical fight? You ever seen?
No, I've never seen none of that. But she said one time, she did say he hit her. Yeah, that he hit her. I remember that. Broke her nail or some shit. She was automatic. My wife was with me. Because this was in front of her house.
Was this separate from the time that the police were called?
No, this was after.
That's what I'm saying. It was a different incident.
Yeah,
right?
this was a whole different incident.
Okay. So they got into it, she broke her nail?
Yeah, she said he had him broke her nail. Yeah, my wife was with me. I remember that.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't remember. That's crazy. Wow.
That was the fight with Bradley?
Mm-hmm.
With Bradley that night?
Yeah.
The other time you were talking, that was with.
That was on Black Mark. Yeah. Listen, she fucking so many dudes that she talked to, and God knows what she did.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying because she knows a lot of guys, so I don't know. Like, God knows what she's done. I don't know. I'm just saying.
You ever been with her? Never had sex with her?
And to God.
Liar,
I'm good. Y'all can ask me. Y'all can ask me whatever.
liar, liar. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Hand to God, and he raises his hand up.
Wherever you want me, I'm here.
You ever loaned your truck to her?
No.
You never been inside your truck?
A long time ago, when me and my wife went to Cheddar's. That was the day that the guy beat the shit out of her.
The first one?
Yeah, the black dude.
So
We went to Cheddar's. Me, my wife, and her.
So she hadn't been in your truck since March?
Wait, he took her in his truck to Cheddar's with his wife? Yes, that's him. This interview is his interview. Yes. So he took Tanya with his wife in the truck. That's how her DNA gets in the truck. That's what he's saying. Okay.
That was the only time she was on the truck.
Okay, so I'm sure you watch TV and you understand about DNA, right? When was the last time you saw Tanya?
I haven't seen her.
That's why I'm using my math skills, Cindy, because I'm trying to figure out. So he had a 9-year-old at the time of this interview. So if she was 8.5 pregnant and the 9-year-old was his youngest and his wife didn't know that he done got somebody else pregnant. Yeah, no, this is him. This is him.
Shit.
So she hadn't been in your truck since March?
No, she's never. That was the only time she was on the truck.
Okay, so I'm sure you watch TV and you understand about DNA, right? When was the last time you saw Tanya?
I haven't seen her. Shit. It's been a while.
Okay. So there would be no reason to find your DNA out there, right? And you said you were willing to give a sample of your DNA?
Yeah.
She was pregnant. Okay. And we're going to take DNA from the child who's also deceased. Okay. So there's not going to be any surprises. We're going to have to contact you in a little bit and be like, hey, why are you coming back?
Guys, do whatever you gotta do.
I mean, they're not going to be coming back to you in 6 weeks when I get the results back saying, hey, why, what's up with the...
I'm good.
You never had sex with her?
I'm straight.
Did you ever have sex with her?
No.
Did you have any kind of dealings with her outside of just friendship?
No.
Never had any kind of business dealings with her? Never. Never called her the... Let me ask you this. Because the reason that I got your number originally was because you know Michael or Elizabeth?
I don't know who that is.
Michael is Tanya's brother. Do you know by Tanya's mom's house?
Yep. The day that I went to bring Bradley. Matter of fact, yeah, I remember. I brought Bradley there because Bradley was calling her for the car. They got into a little scuffle. She saw him her clothes or something. She took her phone. And I brought her to the brother to the store right there on Person Boulevard. I guess he works at the cricket place or some shit like that. Yeah, I remember that her mom was outside like that.
Did you ever tell anybody in in Tanya's family that Bradley was stalking her from down the road? You'd seen his car on the street?
I don't know that.
So you wouldn't have said that to anybody?
No, I wouldn't know that. I probably say he probably a stalker, but I've never seen it, you know.
So when somebody said that I should ask you about it, you don't know why?
I'm just being honest.
Well, since you said you'll do the DNA thing, we're gonna try you out real quick. I'm gonna go get that started. Okay, so do you need water or anything like that? Man, you good? All right. You need to test your wife, tell you.
Okay, I'm gonna call her another son.
All right, call her right quick. I'm gonna get that started. All right.
Hey, I should be out of here shortly.
So he thinks he's
Now they're asking me some questions about Tanya and fucking being dead.
Sir, you're being recorded.
Whatever they ask me, I just answer the truth with them. You know what I mean? They got me in some interrogation room here. Yeah, that's what I'm not. I guess they want to get a DNA test or something. I don't know.
Dude, you're so screwed. You're so screwed.
I don't know, smile or something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just tell them what they need to know. You guys are still there? Where's my truck? Okay. You know, here. They still didn't tell me what the fuck's going on, though. They said she's dead, so I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I told them everything. Yeah. That's fine. I don't got nothing to do with it. I don't got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, he called his wife.
Sorry. I don't know. The detective said there's a lot of people talking. He said, she said they're just trying to get shit on.
I do too. I do too, Lois. I do too, considering she absolutely had no idea. I mean, I feel so sorry for her. I wonder if she's actually going to testify at some point. That would be very interesting. Because at the very beginning, well, I say I feel sorry for her, but at the very beginning, we did watch a video, and I will find it and drop it in chat again. And see if I can find it and drop it in chat. But his wife is supporting him from what the previous short video we watched, which was at the very beginning of the stream. So yeah, you might want to check that out if I can't find it and drop it back in here. Yeah, very interesting.
That's crazy. This shit is crazy.
Right, they had no hand.
For what? What? You feeling better? Huh? Yeah, maybe. I'll call you in a minute. Let me say the shit is on, so.
I think I put study name for me.
Last name,
First name first.
Jose J O S E. Soto SOTO. Escalera.
Spanish?
Yes.
Date of birth?
10/12/76.
Your address?
2613 Southwest Catholic Circle.
CAC, Kansas?
Yes, CACTUS.
Sir?
Yeah.
Is there an apartment number or anything? Is that
This is a house.
They haven't said.
34953.
You got the cool job?
Yes.
Two?
Yes, two.
I'm really poking around, man.
Oh, no, sorry, it's a swab, it's just a swab from the inside of your mouth.
Oh, that's how I got, I know about that. That's how I found out my son was.
Yeah, it's the exact same question. All right, just verify all this from.
Can I tell the page of this if you guys don't mind? Or I'm not.
No, you're fine.
We're gonna finish this.
Just verify your information is correct as I wrote it. That's in 10/12/76, 2613 Southwest Cactus Circle, 34953. Today's August 25th. It's a little after 1641, which is 441. Down there it says, I, Jose Escalera, hereby voluntarily consent to the collection of buccal swabs of the inside of my mouth by members of the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office for DNA testing. If you agree with that, there's a signature right there. The date right here is 8/25.
Oh, there was something that I had to tell you guys. His mom, Bradley's mom, called me this morning to tell me that he had gotten arrested and all that shit too. So
okay,
I just want to make sure you guys know that's the issue.
I just need a couple thumbprints. Just relax your hand a little bit. You go down like that and go. Just want to slow down a little bit. There you go. Just relax. Throw it back there. This is a crime scene supervisor, Carmichael. She's going to conduct the swabs.
Like you said, painless. Don't have to stick your tongue out.
You guys try reaching me?
I'm not sure. We may have.
I haven't seen the reason why, because they just sound stupid. If I was going to the gym and they were looking for me, you just call me directly, tell me where it's for. I don't.
Yeah, I'm a lot. Don't remember the day. Been a long couple of days.
Yeah, just to show who you are.
That way,
If I can just get to the screen right there.
you can take this off.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. If I can get you just put your arms out like that for me, show you not, put your hands out like that, just show you not having fingers and everything. Here, bring it on closer to you.
This way, whatever.
Yeah, that's okay, no nerves or anything, right?
I work with branches and shit out there, so I see scratches from my life is.
You do the,
That's how I was gonna say. I was gonna say.
Thank you very much.
you need water or something?
Yeah, so how much longer? Not too much longer. I'll be right back. What is this?
I'll pause to say this, Cindy. They did say that they didn't say it was the defense that pointed them out, and the prosecution had made the statement that none of their witnesses were in there, so they didn't see they had any problems. So they may have been defense witnesses. Yeah, I know. He's steadily looking at this phone trying to figure this out. He wants out. That helps him hide his guilt. Good one, Lois.
Bro, you said she was found dead. Thank you, bro. I got 2 questions that I want to ask you because, bro, you said she was found dead. What the fuck happened? Well, that's what we're still waiting on. And then his mom, because since you were talking so fast, I don't want to leave nothing out. His mom called me at 1:25 a.m. this morning. Whose mom? His mom. Tell me he got arrested. Wanda called you at 1:25 a.m. It's right there, right there. Just want to make sure you guys got all that shit. It's this morning, but I didn't get to it. Tonight after work, that's when I called her. You called her at 6:31? Yeah, I believe so. I know I called her back, but I was already at work. She was telling me he got arrested for some shit with Tania or some shit. I don't know. Oh, this is fucking crazy. What did she say she get arrested for? I guess for drugs and some shit that they found Tania or something. I don't fucking know. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to piece stuff right now. Because you telling me she's dead. Oh shit, that's a fact. That's crazy. Wow.
You mind if my guy takes an image of that phone call and everything like that?
Yeah, take a picture. I don't care.
I mean, if I give it to them and they just take a snapshot of it.
I would like to see it. That's what you're saying.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you think?
To get the call log there.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Can you give him a sign? So
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I'll take it so you get it back. So
Yeah, that's
takes
fine.
us a minute, okay?
This is crazy.
I know.
SCALE. This is crazy. What kind of cell phone is that? That's an iPhone 7 something. The 7 or 7 Plus? Big one or the regular? It's the bigger one. Big one, yeah. What color is it? My phone is black. Black. This is crazy. I better fucking interrogate everybody.
Well, then,
Monitor everybody.
what we do in these cases is, it's just as important for us to rule people out, and because you have contact with her, it's very important that we start, it's like a weed garden. It's like a weed garden. So we start pulling weeds and getting rid of people, that way we don't have to waste time looking at you. Once we get everything done, make sure you're not, I'll tell you not in this. So you're out, and we don't have to waste time calling.
I see what you're saying. I got you.
We get everything knocked out while we're here the first time.
I got you.
Yeah, they're gonna get that knocked out real quick, so we can come back.
That's great. That's nuts.
Do you keep in touch with Wanda on a regular basis, or you just know her? Or?
Oh, you know, that's what I'm saying, bro. He's like my nephew.
He is your nephew?
No, he's like my nephew. His mom, they were my neighbors at one point.
They were, in the apartment?
Old house.
Oh, okay.
That's how I met Brian.
I'll read this out to you. Just make sure you understand that. I, Jose Soto Escalera, understand that I have the right to refuse search to whoever authorized to give permission to St. Louis County Sheriff's Office and employees to make a full complete search of my cell phone. It's the iPhone 7 Plus Black that we just collected, located here at 4700 West Midway Road, St. Louis County, Florida. I understand that by giving my consent for the above described cell phone and digital data within to be searched, I'm giving up the right to privacy for these areas. I also understand if items are located in the area my consent is given for, and these items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving my consent freely and voluntarily without compulsion or threat of any kind. Okay, you understand that? I just sign right there.
He said yes and just scribbled away. All right.
And print underneath, and the date is August 28th. I'm sorry, August 25th.
Yep.
I'm telling you, it's been a long couple of days.
Stepping Stearns. Yep.
Wow, this shit's crazy.
I know.
But what happened? Like, what was?
She was just found.
You guys, I'm telling you now, I don't even know what.
Well, we're not releasing a lot of the details of the still ongoing investigation, but she was found because he's suspicious. So that's where we're standing right now. And what we're doing now is there's so many names and so many people and so many families and friends that right now we are doing the process of elimination.
I got you.
Okay, which is why we brought you in here to talk to you on your own free will.
No, that's
because, you know, further we can basically, I don't mean to be mean, but further we can kick you to the curb.
Let me ask you something, since we're in here, what did Brandon get arrested for? What is he being charged with?
The phone.
I got arrested for marijuana.
Phone.
And nothing to do with us, he got arrested for marijuana.
You know, it's completely like thing.
Yeah, we know that.
He signed for the DNA test earlier when they came in and swabbed him. Now he's swabbing now he's signing for the phone search warrant.
That's what he's arrested for. That's what he got arrested for. That's it.
So how the fuck does his mom know?
We talked to Bradley about,
Why didn't you talk to her mom today?
we haven't talked to Bradley's mom at all.
So how the hell did he get mom?
You probably call her.
Probably called her from jail.
Yeah, because how does she know?
You probably call her trying to make a bet.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Because he did say she's supposed to be coming down. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we
Should be staying out fucking house things.
But in big cases like this, if we can knock out.
No, I see you try to eliminate as much. I got you. That's what you're saying.
We got all these people who have different stories. And, well, Jose lent the truck. Went to the truck. Let's say she didn't go in the truck.
You know, another shit.
Well, if you let me look in the truck, the swabs in the truck, I will let your truck out. That means you're telling the truth and they're lying.
Yeah.
So you get plugged out.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, that's crazy. This shit is crazy, man.
Speaking of, do you have a problem with that?
Keep saying it's crazy.
And so she's never been in your truck, other than like
she
one
before,
time.
yeah.
So like, George, you know, DNA degrades, right? So if it's like 6 months ago, we're gonna find the DNA and you're not gonna hear it from us, so.
I said a Dodge pickup.
Yeah.
05?
Yeah.
I just, whatever you gotta ask me, just ask me. I don't like curveballs.
So that's what I'm being
That's when you look in your truck, make sure it's not a crime scene. It's all subject to swab DNA and all that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm being honest with you. Be honest, you know,
I just want to know what the hell happened.
Single cab or extend cab?
No, it's single cab.
Single cab. Strap side? Leather bed?
Regular bag. That's crazy, man. How long you lived out there in Lucie County? I came in here in 93.
When you must have, when you lived out here, was it all the way down at Fort St. Lucie?
Yeah, I've just been all over the place.
You ever lived up in Fort Pierce?
Never.
So this is the exact same one we just did. What I changed was I put, instead of your phone, this is for an 05 Dodge pickup truck, running in color with a single cab and regular bed. It's located here at the sheriff's office, parked out back. And we understand that we are looking for a search of your vehicle for DNA trace evidence of the crime. And the protections at the bottom are the same. It says I'm giving up the right privacy for these areas. I also understand that items located in the area of my consent is given. And these items can be used against me in court of law. I'm giving my consent freely and voluntarily without compulsion or threat of any kind.
Signature.
Same signature for the date.
Signed that one too. He maybe thought he planned the perfect murder. I don't know.
It all depends. You guys down now soon?
You're going to work with which days?
It all depends, Scott. Like Mondays is my heavy route, so 5:30, 6 o'clock, sometimes 7.
But I mean, like, you work Monday through
Saturday. I
Monday
got
through
day
Saturday.
off.
You only get one day off.
Yeah, Sunday's on me day off. I'm in church, doing stuff with my church and shit like that.
Where you go to church at?
Discovery, it's back there by US 1. It's out of a school. We're doing it out of a school right now.
Is that the one behind like Kidman?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
At the, what is it, Sandy
Hill.
So she can get that absolutely about it.
Oh, the other thing that was going you out. You said talk to Tania on Wednesday. She was supposed to bring Jamar over on Thursday. Is that right?
Friday. She was supposed to drop him off Friday so he can spend the weekend over.
Okay, she wasn't bringing him over on Thursday.
No.
Okay.
She was letting me know. She let me know, hey, it's good. I'm gonna bring him Friday. She never showed up.
So you talked to her on Wednesday to set that up, and you talked to her again on Thursday, verifying that was going to happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And she never showed up. I was seeing
You said Thursday. Was that the day you were working on the call?
Yeah, Dre's car, the gray car.
Dre?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember I told my wife, hey, guess who called me? And I told my wife that Tanya had called me to see if the owner could come in.
You know Greg's last name?
Figueroa?
Figueroa.
That's fucking great.
And after you worked on Drake's car, where did you go? Went home? Yeah. Stayed home the whole time?
Yeah, I've been home ever since then. I'm telling you, I was maybe going for, I want to say an hour 10 minutes or something like that.
Okay. And then you went home?
Yeah, I was home.
Stayed home?
Yeah, I didn't go nowhere else. I was home.
When did you leave the house again?
In the morning to go to work.
The whole time?
5 something. I can't remember. My life, all I think before me.
About what time you woke up?
I'm up around like 5:10. I'm up. 5:10, and then my wife needs what she makes, makes my lunch and all that. And then I go straight to work.
You work Friday?
Yeah, I work every day.
What was your scheduled work on Friday?
What do you mean, like start?
Yeah, you start on Friday.
We got punching at 6:15.
6:15. What time do you get off on Friday?
Oh, shit. Shit, I can't even remember. I know it was 5, almost 6 o'clock.
5 or 6
I'm not sure. Time card knows. They have all that shit you guys do.
Do you punch in and out?
Yeah, I punch in and out. Yeah,
Okay.
yes, sir. You have to verify that. You don't want to do that. I just can't remember. I know I got home late.
Wow. Do you or any of your neighbors have video? You have video at the house? That's a quick rule out. If you got video or something, watch it.
So when I get in my house, that's why I want cameras in my house. That's exactly why I want shit.
I say if I accident the cameras in my house, man.
It don't hurt to have them.
No,
It don't hurt to have
somebody comes to me and whoever you have, hold the phone.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I'm glad you brought that shit up.
There, I'm still there. You know,
I'm glad you brought that shit up. That's a good idea. Yeah, when I get my house, that's what we're trying to do right now. This shit is crazy, man.
You got no video at the house at all?
That's the rental we rented.
Oh, it's a rental house?
It's a rental.
Just because it's a rental doesn't mean you ain't got video, sir.
But if we needed to, the Voice Pro has you punching it out.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to excuse myself.
Trying to judge. Right? I appreciate it.
Oh, this shit's aggravating. Embarrassing.
What do you mean?
I'm just getting dragged here for shit that I don't got nothing to do with.
Were you close with Tanya or just not really?
I'm not tight like that, that's what I'm saying. I'm not. I just see her, hey, hi, what's up? I know that Granny's girl, you know, shit like that, but we're not tight like that.
But you have her kid over, right?
Yeah, her son comes over and stays over.
Is there any reason you delete yourself off of Facebook? When I pulled up her Facebook earlier, you were friends with her. That's how I got here.
I don't fuck with Facebook like that. I don't even know how to do that. No, I don't have it on. I never had it. Never.
You didn't delete anybody else?
No, I don't even know how to do that. My son usually use my phone and he probably was fucking with it. He just ran me like a $300 phone bill a few weeks ago. But, and like I said, my wife's the one that handled my Facebook stuff. So I never added her. She was never. That's crazy. She was never on my Facebook. Never had her on. My wife would have questioned that.
Sorry.
I got shit popping up and I don't even know how it's getting there. Because like I said, I don't request people like that. I don't even know how to.
He says, I didn't add her because my wife would have questioned me. Well, honey, your wife's got more questions now than she did before if you'd have just added her.
So you've never had any kind of sexual relationship with her? You guys ever talk a little dirty or anything like that?
She's flirtatious with her mom. Like I said, she's ghetto because she talks about how she does shit. But she never tried none of that shit on me. That's what you're trying to ask me.
Well, I'm not saying that you guys actually did anything. Did she ever flirt with you like that?
She never tried to be like that. Never.
How'd she get along with your wife?
They're pretty cool. Tell you, we went out to dinner, her, me, and Brandy before. We hung out.
But you weren't tight?
No, we wasn't tight like that. Like, hey, come over, hang out. It's not like that.
So is there a difference between going out and eating and having a kid over and hanging and being tight?
Yeah, because we hung out with her because of Bradley. I'm tired with Bradley. Yes, I'm tired with Bradley.
So after Bradley and her broke up, how was your contact with her? Did it keep the same?
We talked, but like she'll bring them over and then she never brought them over, like shit like that. But yes, being on the phone and having a long conversation, none of that.
So your kids were introduced while she was dating Bradley and hanging out with you guys through Bradley. And then because your kids were friends.
Yes, sir.
She would still bring them over once in a while.
They like I said, they were in a pretty fucked up relationship. They used to fight and yell and all that shit. One day they're together, one day they're not. But that's their business.
Did Bradley's mom and dad come in the legislature? Or do you know anything about that?
She probably got a from the, I don't know.
Wanda like Tanya?
Yeah, she was pretty cool with her.
You never heard Wanda or anybody bitching about Tanya?
On your phone, what do you have Tanya listed as? Do you have her in your contacts?
Yeah, she's in the contact. She's under Loca.
Loca?
Yeah, crazy. LOCA. And then her old number, like I said, I had an old number that she had before, is under Tanya. The new number that I spoke to her is under Loca.
Do you remember what the old number was?
No, it's still in the phone if I'm not mistaken.
Sir, y'all, he put her in the phone under Loca. What an ass. I'm sorry. Oh,
So you have a Tanya contact that's an old number.
Yeah, that was her old number. What says Tanya, that's the old number.
She has a TANIA?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And Loca is.
That's the current number, yes, sir.
So the one that she called you on Wednesday about the kids getting together was on.
Yeah, Loca number, yeah. She's crazy.
I would appreciate you cooperating like this. This gets us out of your hair and you out of ours.
No,
we move on.
My wife is the one that's freaking out.
We'll try. How are we going to spend it to her? You can spend it to her, okay?
No, I don't got to lie to my wife. If there's one thing I learned, bro, let me tell you something. I've been through some shit. Telling the truth is the most easiest shit. Nah, I'm not going to sit here and tell you the story over. I'm giving it to you all the first time. I don't got to sit here and try to keep lying. No, fuck that.
It's the easiest way, because every time you tell the story, it's the same story.
Exactly. I'm good, so.
Where's your wife at now?
Probably out there waiting for me.
Do you have any questions for us? This is fucked up. Well, that's a statement. No.
I can't necessarily disagree with you.
My wife said they came to the house. I guess you guys went to the house or something?
Somebody from the sheriff's office.
16 deep or something like that?
I have no idea.
well, Cindy, because we already know that the DNA of the child is his. They've said that, and that's why we are at this point of 2 murders.
We got teams running around doing different things, and some of them got 2 guys, some of them got 20. It just depends on.
Oh yeah, ask me about her old boyfriend Mark. You said that he beat the crap out of her.
I know him because of the shit she said when she was with Brady, when she used to, we used to talk and hang out, and that's not a good guy.
Do you know if she was still in contact with him in here or no?
Knowing her, yeah. Knowing her, yeah.
You think so?
Like I said, when she talked to me like my brother or uncle. The way she talks, that ghetto talk, she just don't care. It's just the way she was.
So it wouldn't surprise you if she was still in contact with him or anything like that? Or?
I wouldn't doubt it, because she said she loved him. Like, for God's sake, she still got him on Facebook. So.
How do you know if you weren't friends with him?
because the picture that your buddies picked me up over here at the sheriff at the job, he showed me a picture of it. That's how I know. I know who he is because I've seen him.
You actually met Mark?
Not like this, but I've seen him in pictures. I know who he is. Like,
Oh, so she showed you pictures. You didn't meet face to face,
No,
just through photos?
I never saw him.
Did she, after her and Bradley were going around and after her and Bradley broke up, did she ever talk about Mark again or anything like that?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? Would she tell your wife, or she would call your wife and chat?
No, because my wife was a little disappointed out of her because the shit she used to do with the script and all, and my wife didn't. My wife's real professional. Like,
Okay, now this ass, sorry, I have no other better terms for him, says his wife's a professional. And basically, he's talking about Tanya saying that she was a stripper and all this other stuff that he said. I mean, come on, sir. You so distasteful. So distasteful.
I can't explain it. My wife's the reason I'm doing this shit right now.
You work for Waste Pro, a garbage company.
Did you ever see her dance before?
Never.
Never.
Did you ever see her dance? Okay.
You ever been to strip club?
Yeah, but not to where she's worked at before.
Any around here?
No, I've never been there. It was a West Palm.
West Palm.
That was a long time ago there.
You already get that money to make money on the stage.
I'm not getting my fucking money up. That's the way I look at it. I got a wife. I don't give a fucking paid shit.
Do you need anything else real quick? I'm gonna double check on where they're at with your stuff. That's why I'm gonna check to see how we're doing on that, this week, as you moving along.
What's the youngest you guys hire officers?
Shut up, sir. Oh, okay, sorry. That's a winning way to make them think you didn't do anything. You're gonna say what's your starting pay to sorry, lost my shit a minute there. I need to rewind that and let him say that again. Whoo, calm down, Sheila.
What's the youngest you guys hire officers? How does that work?
Used to be 25, but that's like 21.
Awesome.
So maybe 19, 18.
Oh, maybe he's asking for his son. Maybe he's asking for one of his children.
Wow, man.
Is there anything we can think of that we haven't asked you that we might need to know? Any new body that comes to mind, so maybe they ought to look in that direction?
I don't know. There's so many guys she talked to. Shit, I don't know. I can't even. Like I said, I never talked to her like that. We were tight, but not like that. Like, I don't know her business like that. I know her mom. The only thing that I know is that her brother lived with Riley at one point.
Right.
Some shit like that. Let me see what else I know. That's pretty much it. And her mom's sick, you know. But that's about it. It wasn't an everyday thing. It was like, hey, what's up? What's good? How you doing? Everything. But to be every day like that, no.
When's the last time Jamar came over to the house?
Shit, I can't even remember. I know we took him to church. That was the last. I can't remember what the hell that was.
You're talking months, years?
Months. It wasn't here. It was months ago.
Was it this year?
Yeah, it was in this year. I know that, but it was months ago. I don't know exactly when, but you know. Shit is crazy. Because the way she told this morning was like they arrested him.
Oh, he got arrested.
Right. I just didn't, like I said, I didn't know. And my wife was telling me this was going on. This. I'm like, no, this is a prank. There's no way. That's why I was waiting for your partner to tell me what he was talking about.
It's,
how many guys you already interviewed?
I can't tell you, I've been working a lot of hours.
I got you.
We talked to a substantial number of people. Okay, we still have a substantial number of people who get that. No problem. And like I said, it's the We Garden concept.
Throwing this shit out there until you get it.
Sometime one of
I'm just curious, what the fuck happened? This shit is crazy. Curious.
ballpark.
Next, gonna be a few more minutes, but we're halfway done with it. It just takes a few minutes for that shit, the computer programs to talk to each other and shit like that. So, I'll be in the other room for a minute. Okay. I appreciate you coming in. Okay. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. All right.
Funny. It's kind of crazy.
That's crazy. Whew. I feel bad for him, man. What's wrong for Jamar?
Oh, yeah.
That's his mom.
At least he said that, grandma.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He needs to close his mouth, not talk about her son. You feel sorry. He said, I feel sorry for, I think he called him Jamar. He said, who's that? He said, it's her son. And the man said, he's got his grandma. No.
it's crazy. Whew. I feel bad for him, man. What's wrong for Jamar?
Oh, yeah.
That's his mom.
Piece of shit.
Yeah, but it's not the same, man. It's not the same. It's crazy. It's crazy because it's just crazy. It's crazy.
Hopefully they'll get him some support and some counseling or something.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's good. Just like we explained, when names come up, we gotta.
No, I understand. I understand.
Sure as we don't.
Yeah.
If we just Jose did it. Get all the way to the end. Yeah, Jose did it.
Too much giggling. Stop that.
I just want to know what happened. Like, what the fuck was that? I just know that chick knows a lot of guys, bro. And she knows fucking Crip members.
Yeah.
Bloods and Crips, shit like that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
She ever mentioned it by name?
No, she never mentioned it.
Calm down. I'm going to say this at a nice little level. He just accused her of blowing Crips. Yes, Cindy. This is my problem. This is a problem for
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She was real. She wasn't stupid. No, she wasn't stupid. She wasn't a stupid chick, that's for sure.
A lot of stuff going on, that's for sure.
Oh, when you wake up, sure.
Been here for 13 years.
You guys have dispatchers here, right?
Not in this building, but
you know the 7 mile an hour?
Yeah.
My kids, mom, so get it to her certified.
Okay.
Your connections don't matter, sir.
See everyone?
No, I see her on Facebook, but when I see her at the gas station in the morning, on the street.
Seems to be the meeting place.
That's why you guys have that. You guys have right up. Oh, shit, that's crazy.
Everybody drives a truck, one's up there at one point or another.
I like what I do. Good job, pays the bills.
You work a set number of hours, you just drive the route until your route's done.
You gotta back that shit up till you're done. You can be done. There's heavy days and there's light days.
Right.
Like my Monday route, I can get done between, it's a heavy, so 5:30, 6 o'clock. Tuesdays, fucking 1:30, 2 o'clock. Wednesday is a bad day because I don't fucking get in there till like 7. My only early day that I know is Saturday. Like today, I wouldn't know. I would have been off like 2:30, but it was no extra shit out there. And Sunday, we gonna work well Sunday.
You guys work hourly or you get a salary
We
or?
get by the day, but anything after a certain amount of hours, it's like Chinese overtime shit.
So if you can knock your route out by 1 o'clock, you're still getting your till 5 pay?
Yeah, you get your flat rate, you make money, but the longer you're out there, the less. That's the way I look at it. I just did it because of the benefits.
Right.
Because with the other job, the money was good, man, but it was the late fucking nights that they were in French. People don't have no compassion, no.
Did they take taxes out on you at that place? That was all cash money.
Under the table, but then my wife was letting me buy a house. My wife just fixed my credit. I had a 356, it's up to a 766 right now. So that's what I'm trying.
Sir, I'm sorry, but just to inform you, your credit's not going to be any good anymore.
To get a house. She just
It's hard to fix credit when you're not making the tax.
So now that I'm on the books, hopefully I can get something and see what happens. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm shooting for. I just want
Because the bank won't recognize that money as
I just want a
income.
house with a pool, man, so I can enjoy that shit and drink some beer and just, that's it. I used to go out when I was young. I used to party and shit like that. You get older, I'm like, fuck that shit. I look back and be like, I blew a lot of money going out drinking and shit like that.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Connecticut from Bridgeport. Really? And moved here in 93. This shit right here wasn't even here. Like, you couldn't get back here. You go back into Reno, you couldn't get through there. None of that. All was closed.
Yeah, 93.
Yeah.
Is 95 even done there? Or they still living on
It wasn't, but they're still living on it. They just started on it.
So I'll change around here a little bit.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I'm still might go like, fuck. Wow.
Did he give you a card?
No, nobody gave me another card.
That's the case number?
Okay.
My name and number on the front.
You know who I delivered to? I was hoping I got you. Mascara.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've been to his house over there in Point West, in Vero.
If something pops into your mind,
No, definitely.
I should have told
This
you
is
this.
crazy,
Or
man. This is crazy.
I forgot about that, or they need to know about this or that.
Yeah.
Just call that number. I'm not at the desk, especially now, I'm not at the desk at all. It goes to a voicemail, and then it emails me, so I get it, and I'll get back to you as quick as I can. If you think of anything, or.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I
Hear
can
something.
anything she always said, but
Yeah.
fuck. Like I said, she pops up in and out. She was just one of those, so.
Well, you,
Like, if you ask me about Bradley, I can tell you Bradley, because I worked with Bradley for such a long time. He was my neighbor.
you have connections that are intermingled in amongst this circle.
I got
So if you hear something, or you see something.
No, definitely, because I don't want to be.
Give me a call and. Let me know what's going on.
This is crazy. It's fucked up. Does her mom know what's going on? Like, what happened to her? Like, because I know your partner said.
Well, it's, you watch crime shows on TV, right?
Yeah.
You know, some things we tell people, some things we don't.
I got you. I don't look at it like that.
It's part of the game.
I got you.
Most of it we just don't. Somebody will tell us.
I got you. I see what you're saying.
That's the way we just got the roots.
I always wanted to be a cop, and I just never got to it. I don't know. I always wanted to be. What is that, you guys? I was talking to a gentleman in Okeechobee, like undercover, busting people in their house and shit, like that, like street shit.
Yeah. That was my game. Did a lot of time in the schools.
Yeah.
The kids.
What's like the worst case you ever seen in work, shit like that?
This one's up there.
I will pause to tell Lois thank you and welcome in mischief all around me. If you see this stream, welcome in. We are the Rubber Ramada Room. We do a little bit of true crime with a lot of crazy. And this man won't just ask this officer what's the worst he's ever seen working shit like this.
This one's up there. It's maybe different. I got you different places.
And the officer said, this one's up there. It's different. The audacity of this man just is all over. Oh.
Yeah, it's a little. It varies. You know, I've done a lot with fire service and EMS and law enforcement. I got like 26 years in now public service. So it's pretty much. That's cool. Been to the race. That's cool. That's cool. One time I bet retirement check. Handy couple. Let me try to see what's up with the phone. See if we can get you out here.
This one's up there. Go ahead and drink that bottle. Your DNA, there you got your DNA.
You doing texting? Kid, you use any apps or anything to communicate with her? Snapchats?
Listen, the only, I don't even know how to use that.
Messengers, any kids, any of that? Any of those? Just
Like I said, I don't fuck with my phone like that.
just text and phone call. You doing texting?
Yeah, I text.
Text and phone calls?
And that's it, but I don't use my phone for nothing else. My wife will be the first one to tell you I'm not that great when it comes to that.
I feel you, man. So,
Like you get, like shit pops up on the phone. Like message, like what you said, message the wave, there's a wave shit on there or something, you wave. I get people, I don't even request these people. I don't even know how the fuck it even gets there. So I just, I don't know you. Shit is crazy. Oh shit. I think I get off work early or something. Shit. You can't catch a break, man.
Well, this was my kid-free weekend. All the kids all the exercise. Weekend plans.
I'm telling you, I'll be doing this shit right here.
That's it. All that's up. No weekends.
Yeah, no, it is well.
So we're that big,
the big green ones, yeah.
yeah.
These are dangerous. You gotta watch them. Especially when they got loaded, they don't stop the brakes. It's crazy.
I've probably seen them until they stuck in the middle of the damn road.
Yes, sir. We got one there. Thank you. I thought you were gonna steal my phone.
Nothing like that. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me run, double check, no else got anything else I need to know, and we can get you up out of here. You got a business card? Yeah, she'll probably have to tell you, really tackles, the 2 logs on it.
Members of the jury, we've reached the end of our court session today. We're going to break from this case and resume tomorrow morning at 8:45 in the morning. Please be downstairs at 8:45. You should have a better experience in the morning with parking. There's going to be less jurors reporting to the jury clerk. Please remember, don't talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, about the case. Don't do any research in any form whatsoever. Avoid all of the media coverage of this case. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Please leave your notes on your chairs. See you tomorrow morning, 8:45.
Yeah, I don't think they discussed anything after that. I just want to make sure that the lawyers don't talk about anything. Oh, wait, they do talk. I just remembered they do talk. Hold up. Hold up. This is interesting. I remember they do talk. I did. I previewed this. Hold up. Nobody leave. Everybody hold on to your chairs. Don't go nowhere. We get a little tidbit of future info. No, sir. No, we're not leaving yet. We get to talk to the lawyer for just a minute.
All right, the jury has exited. We'll conclude Detective Newman's testimony in the morning. Any other issues to take before we break for the case?
Not for the defense, Judge. Just a scheduling, we're well ahead of schedule. I think there's an outside shot we could rest.
Let me hit that again. I turned the volume up so I'm all here.
Before we break for the case?
Not for the defense, Judge. Just a scheduling, we're well ahead of schedule. I think there's an outside shot we could rest tomorrow.
Probably Wednesday, but outside shot tomorrow.
We're doing really good.
Okay.
Way ahead.
From your side, does that present any challenges?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, maybe in getting defense witnesses here, but I'll be able to include
Right.
you more fully on that tomorrow.
That's what I meant.
Mitigation
Yeah.
purposes.
Well, you still have your interpreter testimony from the state. Right?
Yes.
You have that part. That's
Correct.
You're factoring that into it.
And there's more,
Yes.
yeah.
And you have your DNA experts as well.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
But there is a chance that tomorrow afternoon, probably the state might be resting. So if you
Yeah,
want to
a
get
chance.
your defense witnesses lined up.
Right, because we've got to get that lined up before we know what the verdict is, even if we're going to need them.
What do you mean, if there's a second phase?
Yeah.
Okay. For the guilt phase, that's, okay.
Right.
So as far as that's concerned, though, especially if we're on track and we get done earlier, I do intend to give you all a break, of a day or so between the
Good,
two
because
phases.
even
Yeah.
if I can get my connected witnesses here, the state will need to be posted, so those.
Right. So I do intend to do that, if possible, yeah. Madam Clerk, was there an issue? Oh, okay, I thought you were saying Jeff. All right, we'll see you all in the morning, 8:45 for your evening.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay. So with that, we took an 8-hour court day, crammed it into 5 hours and 10 minutes. See, I love speed trialing. It's so much fun. I can get through this so quick. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And that is Hector texting me, probably wanting to know how he can watch the game because he's still waiting. And the game started at 6, so he's probably frustrated. So with that, we will pick up tomorrow where we left off. Again, thank you, Lois, for the membership. And I didn't play the membership song. I'm sorry. It just wasn't appropriate mid-trial. I just couldn't do it. Just something about this. I couldn't do it. This is just too. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyways, I want you all to have a good evening, and I will be back here at 1 o'clock Central tomorrow, and we will pick this back up. And possibility of closing tomorrow with the state. If not tomorrow, then Wednesday, they said. So with that, I want y'all to have a great rest of your evening, and until tomorrow, peace. Rubber out. I gotta find my exit. Y'all, I lost my exit video. Here it is. All right, I'm leaving. Bye.
Life's so right on a